Wow, 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 wow. I gotta used to the sound that makes. What an interesting sound. What an interesting molecular sound. What a simple one, a insulated, it's about a once on a pistol, cause you wanna get a missile. Plugging in the disc, cause you wanna get the pistol. What a fucking interesting sound. It's gonna take a while getting used to this new keyboard. Ooh, well. Ooh, well. Ooh, well. Oh, well. Well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Well, oh, well, oh, well, oh, well, oh, well, oh, welly, well.
You are eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
Hello, Buster. I am fine. Hello, Marcus. I can see you there. I can see you, little gay boy. Half gay boy. 3/4 gay boy. There we go. I had to tie 3/5 in there somewhere. Oh, my knees hurt. Marcus, you are a moderator. You can pull yourself inside. Stop being lazy. Giving us black.
I try to be polite.
Giving me black men a bad name.
Also, damn. I guess we really sticking to the one drop rule. God damn. All right.
About. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I participated in the Marathon Server Slam, and I have to say, man, people don't understand fucking gunplay.
See, I'm going to be digging into that today. That's why I started late. I was at a very interesting conversation with a young man who basically gave me all the hope that, wow, this nigga really is a part of the worst generation. I can't believe this shit. Because I am to believe what this young man was telling me. He was a person that believes in monarchy. He wants to have children by multiple races of women in the world. And that he has absolutely no tie to these children whatsoever. He is spawning them like Elon Musk with these right-wing conservative females. He just goes to the country, knocks them up, leaves, and it's like, my footprint has been secured. Genghis Khan, nigga.
I have a term for that.
Deadbeat?
LBH.
What do I mean?
If you know what LBH means, you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. Tell me. Tell the audience. What does it mean?
So, LBH is a terminology for a lot of people who travel abroad and go because they, quote, believe, and I shit you fucking not, the women of my country are unbearable. and I cannot stand them. So I will go to a place that is far better. Typically Asian countries.
Yeah.
What LBH stands for is loser back home.
Ah, I see. So the passport bros are losers back home.
For some of them are. Some of them are just straight up being exploited. There's no easy ways.
I know when I described it to him, when I talked about the kind of sexual tourism that, say, Hawaii engages in, where they have foreign women that are native to the country doing these deep tissue, all over body Nuru massages with this semen-like oil that they use in the Nuru massages, and that you've got some tourists that go there specifically, explicitly for sexual tourism, the same way they go to Japan, Britain, and Bangkok, and Thailand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's very much the case that he was basically like, yeah, I go to the country, and find a woman who looks like she's got strong bones. I knock her up. I leave.
And then the international courts will have their day with you.
I wouldn't see how they wouldn't, because he made it sound like it was completely consensual, except that it wasn't. In fact, for the Latin woman that he allegedly soul bonded with, and then fell under Latina hypnosis, they went to the country together, and he gave her the burner phone number, turned off the burner phone, and stalked her on social media to find out whether or not she was pregnant. So he has no contact with the child legally. He only knows about the child allegedly because he was stalking on her Instagram profiles to watch her over all 9 months of the pregnancy and up to 10 months of the child's birth in existence. And he described it as though he lives a tournament lifestyle. He fights men to secure their women, and then he fucks those women for fun. And when he believes it is time to add to the bloodline, he impregnates these women like he's a male alien in the Species franchise. Not even joking. Now, I assumed this person must be lying to us for attention, because there was an audience that was there to hear him say this. Which is ironic, because if I had described the things that I used to do in my youth, somebody would have probably thought that I was lying, except for the fact that I would have had pictures and proof and videos. Oh God, the videos that still live on my Google Drive. But that was his worldview. His worldview is that he had a very specific view about relationships. He had a very specific view about how men and women talk to each other. He did not have any consternation to the idea, or the consternation to the idea of a modern dating market to a traditional dating market. He said that there was no difference between these things, but it was the case that he did eventually concede that there is a way that a man can live by modern dating standards if he's expected to put things on the table to give to a woman, and that a woman just expects that she is going to be asked nothing from men that will ask her, what do you bring to the table, but I am the table. When I asked him the opposite question of what does a high-value man expect of a medium-value woman, because he kept describing the women that he likes to be with being 5s and 6s, that he likes to elevate and use, because he likes to, he wants to love bomb women that are considered mids. Bad behavior to do if you want an actual relationship with a woman, but he doesn't want a relationship with these women. He just wants their seed. He just wants to spawn with them in the most duplicitous cuckoo format possible. It was his opinion that that woman basically doesn't have an answer. So he does understand that you can put up with high maintenance women that will have requirements, but it's not at all expected that those requirements will be reciprocated in the dating market. So the dating market exists. There are men in the dating market that can follow the idea of men such as Clavicular, the Gooners, the Jester Maxers, but his worldview basically stops there. There is no answer to what a man will do if he's a mid-5 dating a 10 out of 10, but he has her wrapped around his finger with things that he otherwise would not understand. What does he do for her emotionally? What does he do for her socially? What does he do for her romantically? And these being the things that keep that 10 on a 10 completely satisfied with him, not looking for hypergamy. He didn't have an answer for any of that. In fact, he transitioned his answer away from that by then telling us about his dating strategy and his reproduction strategy. I was flabbergasted. I sat here flabbergasted the entire time because this, unironically, was fucking crazy to hear from a man.
So here's the thing. I've just there's a point in time where there are the crazies. That is one of them, and those people, like, the concept of shame is a very foreign concept nowadays, especially when you know how people behave towards it all. And that one particular instance that you have just told me, that is the instance of that person needs shame in their lives.
Yeah.
To even fathom the abandonment of children and mothers in an age like this, you're an abhorrent human being and deserve everything that comes to you.
I don't know what he would say to that, but I feel like he wouldn't have an answer.
Yeah, he wouldn't have an answer because he's not thinking. I'm sorry, if maybe this is just because I have actual sensibilities. I'm gonna say that right now, opposed to that guy. I don't know if he's listening right now or not. Nor do I really care. But if you yourself decided, hey, I want to spread my seed all across the world. Here's my thing. One, is your seed really worth that spreading that much with that sensibility? Because I can tell you this right now, it really isn't. You're not that special. And even if you were that special, it wouldn't have really mattered. Because guess what? You're not special. Nobody is. But that's okay. What you can simply do is, actually be sensible enough. Also, monarchy? Really?
Monarchy. Yeah. I have to imagine that was a shitpost, because I have my friend Aiden Paladin, who, she herself is a monarchist, but she lives in the UK.
Yes, the UK.
See, the idea of monarchy, when people prescribe it as a viewpoint that can be applicable to the world, it doesn't just randomly happen. You don't just come up with, I would love to live under a king. I would love for some kind of person to be able to walk up in my house, and he walk in my house, he fucks my wife, and he's just like, bro, I can do this. What you mean? I'm the king. My penis is royal and heavenly. I'm doing you a favor by letting your wife have my cock. It just doesn't, it doesn't compute on down rational national routes. It is, it's an eye-bending mentality, where when he says, I like monarchy, he envisions himself as the king, I imagine. Because what he's doing, what he's doing when he says, I just have sex with women and I impregnate them and I don't care, and I need to have my genetic lineage tied to everywhere across the world because I gotta have that. I need to leave my seed in every country. That is definitely either a desire for levels of conquest, or that is him viewing himself as a type of person that can then become a king over people, and he uses his penis like a weapon, and that weapon is how he does his relationships. Because I can't imagine what woman he is telling them up front, I'm going to abandon you and my child, and they still let them tap. That doesn't compute. There must be something there that he wasn't discussing that needs to be talked about. And if that's the case, then it is what it is.
One option that he can do that I would be totally permitted and this would be totally okay. Why didn't he just think of, why don't you just go to a sperm bank?
I don't know. I chose to leave the conversation because not only did I need to come here and do some of the research necessary for this broadcast, but it was time to leave. It's like, all right, you have no pride or shame that prevents you from saying this thing. So you either are saying this to be funny, or you believe what you're saying, and you are a crazy person, and I can't rationalize with that. Because he couldn't even be able to say, even though this is something that I'm saying, it's not something I would do in practice. No, he is definitely doing this in practice. He is honey-dicking women with his alleged viewpoint about how relationships ought to work. And he is using that to get his rocks off. And he is impregnating women that don't know any better, that don't realize that he will abandon them. I didn't think it was worth, rationalizing him out of that position. I figured he is good as cooked. And thus here I am.
Yeah. So, would you like my intake on Marathon?
Yes, because we will be discussing it.
Would you like it now, or...
We will get to it as we go through the content. However, I want to talk very briefly about, Diablo 2 Resurrected, Reign of the Warlock. I am currently playing it right now, actually, as I'm trying to put this feed on the camera. I already owned a copy of Diablo 2 Resurrected on my Switch, and it was effectively, quintessentially, something that I did specifically as a tie-in to the coverage I had already done before on the game. I had covered the game when it was first being spoken of, and people were celebrating that it was coming, because I saw the original Diablo the same as Chris Wilson and members of their staff at that company does, which is to say, I saw the creation of Diablo 2 Resurrected as them trying to scapegoat out of the consequences and responsibility that they had to the game itself as a whole. The original game of Diablo 2 is the quintessential birth of the ARPG genre, and in choosing not to do the job of fixing what was basically the original Battle.net edition, it was them admitting that they gave up and they were giving in to the consequences that came with the people that were responsible for the change to the original game. And by that I mean, obviously, the amounts of hackers that basically got the persona of the game to where it currently is in the history of the online experience. Hackers stealing your items, stealing your money, tricking you out of your very important special drops, gate crashing your game, ninja looting your shit. They gave up. They wanted to change the game from its original interpretation, but you could probably say it was also time for the game to be updated, and they took it to this new place where that is now the content and the context of the material that we have to play the game in. The game was changed from its original. It is now something entirely different. In being something entirely different, it also is now something that reflects the viewpoint of what modern consumers would decide of the marketplace. It came with everything that was in the original creation of the game's history up to its last multiplayer patch, and now it lives in the same kind of patch cycle as games like that of Path of Exile. In fact, putting on the screen here, if you show the game for what it is literally just Diablo 2 originally. It is just Diablo 2 with a skin, and by that skin I mean, what is the button? There's a button that lets you trigger between the original form, yeah, it's G. It is just a skin of the original game.
I'm showing this on Discord as well.
Yeah. As you can see here, when I press the G key, it shows that it's only available in classic and expansion games, meaning that if you're playing in an era of the game title for the era that you make your character in, it can only work inside that era. So going here real quick to offline and then going to create new, there are 3 versions of the game that are now saved historically. There is classic, which is obviously vanilla Diablo 2, which is basically the original release of the game. Then you have expansion, which is obviously the expansion of Lord of Destruction, which is what brought in the Druid and brought in the Assassin character, bringing the original roster from the Amazon, the Necromancer, the Barbarian, the Black Paladin, and the Sorceress to an extension of these 2 for a total of 8. And now, the Warlock, the first update ever done to this game, historically, 25 years of history, is in its own era, known as the Reign of the Warlock. And boy, is this Warlock character fucking busted. But the differences of going between these eras here, you can clearly see the reason why people are saying what they're saying and why I said what I said. Like, you can't hide this. The entire point was to take Diablo 2 and bring it into the modern era. Because in order to play Diablo Resurrected, you need to connect it to a modern Battle.net account. Right there, that solves one of the main problems that people originally had. It's something that Path of Exiles never had to deal with. How do people do scams? They can be able to make free characters and free money just by being able to connect to the online connection. Because having access to the online play was just as simple as having internet. But you now need to have an internet and an account, which means they're regulating the servers, which means they're regulating what is actually being said and done. And more importantly, as you can see there in the game, and now see here through the toggle.
You still haven't brought it up.
It's
on
okay.
Discord.
Hold on. I was just using the screen so far, but you can see between the two eras of the games, when you click between Resurrected and Legacy, the Warlock disappears. And the reason why that is the case is because Resurrected is built on the bones of the game's creative process. All the shit that we've come to hate about how they changed the sauciness of the original characters, the sauciness of the Amazon, the movements of the assassin, the appearance and the look of the it's brown enough, I guess it matters, sorceress. That kind of energy is what the various games was paid for to do with the redesign when they redesigned this game. What they did to Spyro, what they did to Crash Bandicoot, they did to Diablo, because they were asked to by the company. They were trying to make the game into something modern that would be right there next to their original third-party title, or rather their first-party use but multi-platform title of Diablo 3 and then Diablo 4. Because this was right around the time that they were trying to originally release the first vanilla expansion of Diablo 4. It was when we were getting all of the mommy kiss your mother levels of bullshit involving Lilith and her character being brought into the world of Diablo 4. And them bringing on fucking, what was her name? Not Vivica Fox, the other Fox. The white one.
The only one that I can think of off the top of my head.
From Transformers. Yes, Megan Fox. Bringing in Megan Fox and having her in a black fucking dress looking like Lilith, saying, I'll read out your hardcore deaths live on air when you die inside this game, to try and get it to drum up from some fucking attention. This game very much was made for the unk slop audience. But the consequences of this is actually good, because I can play whatever era of the game I want. If I want to play the original era of Classic Diablo, I get to play the original era of Classic Diablo. And when I do so, should I choose to make a character that would be simulacrum to that universe, it doesn't have the problems that you'd expect of a different one. So let's say if I made a character whose name was Dada, because I intended on playing online, or I was playing solo, when I enter into the game, it's got the original shit that was originally here. Wow, why would I pay $40? They're selling it on Steam for $40, $39.99. Why would I pay $40 to play an unk slot version of something on top of Steam where I already have to have access to the connection of having live broadband? And then you press the G key, and it's like, oh my god, look at the colors! Oh, broadband, widescreen view! Oh my god, they even have no latency! They even have GX expansion with physics with GeForce Experience! Wow! Wow! And this only ever gets people that are basically only caring about that factor, because they don't want to look like they're playing a 25-year-old game on their modern console. Period. That's all there is to it. I covered it on my original content on my stream, and it's the case that it was exactly that. I remember when I was annoyed about it, I was more concerned with the era of the content that would be available. Because if you're just going to make the game over again, and it's going to be a patch of everything, you're not going to give us the content that was originally on the multiplayer servers. But it was the case that they actually did deliver on this, which is something that Carl in the past Carl, did not know. So, Diablo... Back on Curb Your Resurrection, D2R and D2 Classic, I said 4 years ago that this was going to be a project that basically was going to waste people's time. Because this was right after they had done the update that they did that killed Warcraft Reforged, that killed Warcraft 3. They were going to do the same shit. They were going to pull out the stops. They were going to have these people get involved. Because They had people who had been playing this game for years still, even though those original servers, which I imagine are now shut down and dead, because they were being hosted by companies like AT&T, which is crazy when you really think about it. In the original Battle.net, they had all those servers hosted by those people. They had people going on for years playing the video game, and it was the case and catch that, as I can show here on this content, that a lot of the viewpoints that those people had at the time was an extension of being angry at the developers because of this. Quote, "We understand this may prevent legitimate players from being able to play Diablo 2. It is a necessary choice for us to block players from the servers from being able to connect if they're connecting through something like a VPN. This isn't true at all. I'm not saying you're lying, but you clearly don't know the facts. It was implemented to take out the spam bots in Diablo 2 and it worked, but it also wasn't to prevent botting and cheating. If you have access to Diablo 2, simply logging into the realm and looking at the sheer numbers of 98s and 99s on the ladder all across the realm of Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, there's over 10,000, and they're all bots. Make a level 1 character, and you can see the game full of public chant bots that are fully loaded with the latest hacks that do endless counts and enchantments for all players in town. Running 24/7 for 6 months straight, and the usernames look good to the reports on shareholders, because reporting the bots to hats.blizzard would do nothing, because it was an inherent system that was based on generating reports that at the end of the day, the shareholders looked at and thought, wow, look at our actual player numbers. This was something that I talked about all the way back then, 4 years ago. But something that they ended up doing is that, for example, they brought in the idea of a terror zone. Terror zone is nothing more than an hourly zone that turns an entire section of the many acts between the 5 acts of Diablo 2 into a level equal zone to your character. So let's say instead of doing the never-ending runs, that is the history of what started the genre, into creating mapping systems for the endgame for something like Path of Exile, it is instead the system, or even comparable to Path of Diablo, which I also played literally on camera during that content, which is what this video closes out on, because I remember sponsoring it as a part of the content. There it is on the screen there. I was playing during the season of Transcendence, where they basically brought in the Necromancer character and gave him some buffs. It was the case that in these systems where, in order to actually compete against that marketplace, you ended up having to make in-game content that made it cyclical, so that you could actually have a reason to continue playing it, because how many times can you truly save exit to play a video game? It is the case here that there is instead the idea of a thing that's called a terror zone. And what a terror zone does, terror zone D2R, what a terror zone does is that a terror zone allows you to walk into an area and you basically gain faster XP, faster drops, better drops at your level, and a thing that they inserted that are called Sunder Charms. And what a Sunder Charm is that it is basically the counter to the problem that has been an issue since forever with Diablo 2's system, which is that it is a thing that basically turns off the problem that was an issue of the charm system. Because in this game, there are things called charms. You have to hold them in your equipment. Because these things can take up time, it is the case that these charms are necessary in order for you to counter the enemy's effect. So, putting this on the screen here, this is what a charm does. What a charm does, because you can't see it here, but I'm putting it here. Boom, boom, and boom. What a charm does is that a Sunder Charm cancels out the immunity of the monster. Because in Diablo 2, immunity is a true immunity. No damage will ever occur. In order for you to deal damage to that enemy, you would have to deal damage using a different type of element that it's not currently immune to, or you would have to skip it. So, a single elemental build doesn't function. That's why every build always featured one type of damage versus another. Elemental damage with, say, lightning being used on a Javazon requires you to use a Griffin's Eye for lightning damage, but then you also have the ability to use magic damage. Or you have a physical damage attacking a Marauder, or a meditation-based Act 2 character that you instead use an Enigma chest teleport to just teleport spam to death, because they do physical damage versus your elemental damage. Here, instead, what you do is you have a Sunder Charm that, new in this patch state versus the 2.5 versions and the 3.0 versions, you have a charm that completely renders the enemy's weaknesses down. So it goes from being immune to having a high resistance, which then means it can then be further elemental cut, using things like fanaticism as an aura from the paladin, which strips resistances away from the enemy. So that when you go into a place such as Uber Tristram to fight for a Annulus Charm, when you're trying to get your Annulus Charm from a Diablo clone, when you're trying to get a Hellfire Torch from Uber Tristram that has the +3 to your character class and with a decent roll for the attribute and the resistances, when you're trying to find a high-level version of Geed's Fortune that has a closer to 40% better chance roll and a 160 chance roll for reducing for the increase of gold from the monsters, and then a reduction of vendor pricing, so you can be able to get more money out of the shit that you're using. It is the case example that when you're putting in all this shit, especially things like the renewed versions of these, which is new in this version, as you look here on the screen, you can see the reason why exactly this is busted. It's an even further extension of what you'd be doing at the end game, because these things are all endgame content. And the purpose of a Terror Zone wasn't just so that you would stop playing the same zones over and over again. It was the case that you could play an entire area of an act, so that you would have fun playing said act. So, taking this to the game real quick, before I finish what I'm saying, it is the case that when you're playing a character that is inside of a Terror Zone, should you want to go from the act that you're playing in to a different act, a different zone that you're playing in, it is the case that, let's say, Catacombs level 2 was terrorized. That means that it will be equal to my level. I will get drops from it, as though I was playing in the highest difficulty in the highest zone at my level, and it will then shift, and I can have multiple zones now. There is a greater form of terror that can work. I can have multiple zones being covered in this effect. So instead of just starting a new game save run to go through all of the areas that I wish to farm, whether it be on Nightmare or Hell, which is the 2 different difficulties of the game. Well, 3 different difficulties. Normal, Nightmare, and Hell. But most people play to farm on Nightmare so they can then become strong enough to play on Hell so they can get the better version of their drops. It is literally the case that they completely transformed what the end game was for the game. But you know what else they did? They did something really fucking ridiculous and really fucking stupid. And in order to show you it, I need to go to the online version. So I got to go back to my wizard character. They did something really fucking stupid and really fucking dumb. And that thing that they did is that... Well, actually, no, I think I can just do it like this. The thing that they did is that they created this era specifically for the purposes of bringing over things that already existed in other ARPGs. Yes, I can show you here. So, does this look familiar to you, Marcus? What does this look like to you? What does it look like? It looks like a filter tab.
That is legally distinct, sir.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's legally distinct?
I'm really sure. I don't know what you could possibly be referring to.
I don't know, Marcus. What is this? What's this chronicle? What is this? Is this a slot for possibly looking at every single item that exists in this game that is a unique? And they have it for not only the normal versions, but the exceptional versions and the elite versions? What about this? What is this? I know what this is, but I don't know. The word's escaping me. Do you happen to know what it is? How about this?
I don't know. I might be just like stupid. I don't know.
And in this,
I might have had brain damage in like the last 5 seconds.
And like this little thing here. This thing here. What is a loot filtare? A loot filter? A loot filter. So I can filter out what I want based on what I want to see. So if I go here and I click Starter Amazon, and then I click Show Unique, Show Runes, Show Sets, Show Sockets, Show Rares, Show Magic, Show Elite, Show Exceptionals, hide other class items, and hide inferior gear, and then I click off of it, is this now going to show me the loot that I want to see off the ground? It does in fact do. Yes, indeed. They made this version of the game 4 years ago. He saw it coming, but I didn't trust Carl. But he was still half right, so I guess that means he's completely right. It was indeed the fact case that they changed. They remade Diablo 2 to try to compete in the current marketplace with Path of Exile. They did indeed give you a gem stash, a material stash, a rune stash, 5 pages of shared stash as well as a personal stash. All the kinds of things that you would have had to download YPlug as a mod for to give yourself access to, because they literally were that fucking washed by these niggas in the marketplace. That is the same reason why they brought Diablo 4 to the marketplace. It's the same reason they brought Diablo 3 to the marketplace. They started using off-Battle.net services to deliver Battle.net services. But they still make you have to have a Battle.net account. Can't get fully away from them, but it is in fact the case that they made this game so they could compete in the marketplace because they had no other recourse. That's why. They had to go all the way back to the well of what people actually fucking wanted. And they designed a character that's absolutely fucking busted while they were doing it. So to show him off real quick, before we get back to business.
To address
go ahead.
Real quick. We have not gotten to that point yet. We are starting with Diablo 2. Trust me, we're gonna get there. I have insider stuff to talk about it too, because ya boy participated both in the server slam and have news about it, because oh my fucking god, it just gets worse.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there, struggler. Don't worry, we're getting there. This is a work up to that. So.
Oh no, I'm just letting it be known right now, because man, oh man, it is a shit show, and I cannot wait to discuss it.
So, the warlock, they designed this character to feel like he was made in the era of Diablo 2, and he very much does. But he very much does way too much fucking damage. He does way too much damage in his Chaos tree. He obviously does way too much damage in his Eldritch tree, which this weapon here, this attack, Echoing Strike, and Cleave, and all these spells, these are hex spells that come from Path of Exile. Echoing Strike, more like Spectral Throw, and demons. The ability to summon demons, just like other summoning classes, but he can only summon up to one. But he gets a tree that not only gives him access to different effects and different tools, like one that does damage as a Goatman, one that does ranged damage as a Tainted, little fucking dog-like demons that shot fireballs, and certain acts that have different copies, but also a Defiler that has the ability to bind enemy souls together to take mixed damage. It is also the case that he has the ability to increase the health of that summon by letting them eat off corpses and get attack speed and life steal. Be able to get extra defenses, replenish more life with certain levels into his upgrades. He can get a buff that allows him to consume the demon's power and get bonuses for the particular demon in which he happens to have contracted. So for a Defiler, he gets to have negatives to enemy magic resistance and pluses to enemy magic skills. So the enemy loses magic resistance, and I gain magic damage, as well as gaining life and run walk speed. If I use a Defiler, or not a Defiler, but a Tainted for the example, now the buff changes to enemy fire resistance and fire skill damage. And then if I summon a Goatman, it is then 6% chance of crushing blow and 20% increased damage, and it does increase with the levels in consume, as well as a button that just allows you to actually bind a demon to your will. Yes, you heard me correctly. I said bind a super unique demon to your character. Walk up to a boss enemy and say, "Andariel, you're my bitch now." Walk up.
So we're doing classic World of Warcraft stuff.
Yes.
Also, Barry, yeah, we were having a topic. To address medieval knights in the Middle Ages that were black, I don't.
Oh,
it doesn't really matter.
Them niggas were back there slanging pussy, okay? They got to have some long black man penis in the 1900s. Who fucking cares? We live in this current age where we talk about a peanut and his inability to play a video game because his own chats are roasting him on how mid Marathon is. But more on that in a second. So yes, it is in fact the case that this Bind Demon spell, when you maximize it, will have a higher chance of being able to put a super unique enemy under your sway. It is literally the case that one of the best characters to kidnap from Act 4 is Hephaestus the Armorer. Because guess what Hephaestus has?
Let me guess. A super powerful buff?
Yes! He has access to a fucking paladin aura in the form of fanaticism. So...
Oh!
Imagine, if you will, you're clearing this area, you're clearing through the map, And you have a character that not only has minions do damage for him, and has spells and effects on ground that do things like, oh, I don't know, lay a sigil on the ground that hastens the death of enemy creatures and go bloodlust on each other, or the sigil lethargy, which not only reduces the enemy's attack speed and run and walk speed, but also makes them take extra damage and reduces their defense for standing on a circle. It is in fact the case that the Warlock has so many abilities that he is very much a busted fucking character. It is in fact the case that even though they didn't add something like an extra act, they didn't make Act 6, they didn't add Act 7, or any of the other fucking acts that would exist inside the campaign of other games, this character, and all of this other content that they added, and events that they added, like, they now have an Uber version of the Ancients. They now have Colossal Ancients. Imagine getting your ass whooped in the fucking frigid hinterlands, and it's because you're getting fucked over by a new version of the Ancients that you didn't know you activated the quest of. And other shit like this, that they did in fact find a way to make Diablo 2 good again. Not like it ever got bad, but they did in fact make it that this game is great to play. But you will have to pay $40 and you will have to play on a Blizzard server using a Blizzard account. It works on an activator system. You have to authenticate your account access every 30 days. But, you know, it's the exact same as when you're doing it playing something like Old School RuneScape. So is it really any of that different? The answer is no. And that's kind of part of the trick. They did all this shit to try and make themselves modern again, because ever since they started getting fucked in the ass, and more importantly, when they got purchased and bought by fucking Microsoft, even if they had this coming down the line, this is going to be the way that people are going to see it. It is in fact the case that they did this to put themselves back in the marketplace, because they need a goddamn win. WoW is shit. All the other games they make are shit. They still got HOTS on maintenance. Nobody wants to play Blizzard games other than this one, because fuck Blizzard, right? Remember? We all said fuck Blizzard, we're never going to play another Blizzard game again? Because we hated them for what they did when it came to politics, IRL, and real world. This is the thing that many people did. This is the thing. No, I saw what you were doing. I'm addressing things in time. Beery, I saw what you said. I'm addressing things in time. Catching up. Let me do my job. It is the case that they are bringing this together so that they can have a way to get back to the marketplace. Because even since the Blitzchung event and all the shit that's happened in the world since then, especially during COVID, they lost so much market capital and then they lost so much real capital that it is the fact that they had to do this to make the game good and to bring people into the doors. I don't know if they're going to be doing something with this. I don't know if this is going to tie in some way to Diablo 4, but it is what it is. I wanted to present that to people. Now, do I think that the game deserves to be played? Of course, it's Diablo 2. It's always been a good game. Is it worth $40 to play the update? If you want to play with your friends. For those of you who are like, I could never play Path of Exile, Carl, $40! $40! Roll a Barbarian, roll a Sorceress, roll a Paladin, I don't care. Or a Javazon, I don't care. It is that good. Should you play it because it's that good? Yes. Is it still being made by Blizzard? Yes, it is. But it's still a good game. That's my review. Alright, moving on to other business. Tell me about Marathon, Marcus.
So, let's start with the server slam. Okay. So, that game is laden with bugs.
I saw some of them, but tell us about some of the funniest ones.
So I played with a group. I did a little bit of like solo running. I did a little bit of that. I can honestly say it right here, right now. The matchmaking felt a bit odd because they definitely don't know how to balance a PvEVP game, and it's kind of showing now.
I know that I remember the character who has a stealth, and then you kill someone, and then you get that stealth effect back again after either a shutdown time or some type of tactic that you used together, to the point that it was hyper toxic. Like, nobody can ever kill you if you ever kill them in stealth.
Yeah. So I'll get to that. I'll say this right now. The people I played against are all shit. The people that I have played against do not understand the actual baseline mechanics of most Bungie shooters, because they basically all have just unanimously decided, I want to run at you and try and shoot you, and then proceeds to get absolutely fucking demolished by me. and I'm like, I'm not the greatest player to begin with,
Mm-hmm.
but even I know how to like fight people.
Mm-hmm. No tactics, no skills, no ability to actually use
No,
terrain to your advantage. Just, I walk up to you, I shoot you now.
yes, people, because I'll give it like this. Even though I lost this fight, there was no reason I should have lost that fight because, or like there was no reason I should have won that fight. To clarify,
Mm-hmm.
and what I mean by this is I had an instance where two of my teammates went down. I was like, okay, I'm the only one. I 1v3'd and died at the last second because the bullet timings were off. So I basically just kind of died because there's bullet travel in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But they also went down too. The fact that I did that, the fact that I demolished them 1v3 doesn't say a whole lot about me. It shouldn't say a whole lot about me. Because if it's saying a whole lot about me, it's saying a whole lot about them because I am not good at this fucking game. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I'm currently playing Final Fantasy 14 right now. And right now our tank just fucking died because apparently he can't tank for shit. Anyways.
I see.
But continuing forward with Marathon. The gunplay feels basically the bog standard gunplay that Bungie has been trying to associate themselves with. That being of the fact that how do I put this? Struggler knows what I'm talking about when I say this, but Destiny has a very unique and very well-designed gunplay. The only issue about Destiny is, one, Destiny has the issue of making certain things super imbalanced or not liking things that are super fun to play with, and then proceeding to treat the casual base as lepers.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it came to the whole debacle about what was it? Conditional finality, that whole mess. But I'm getting off topic again. The guns, design-wise, look very blocky, and I understand that they were trying to go for a modular look, but it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by it doesn't work, I mean that shit looks fucking really, really, really stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it looks like they smacked Mega Blocks onto a gun and called it a day.
Mm-hmm.
The servers that were laden with bugs, my friends had the constant issue of losing straight up control of their player, of the character.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by control of the like, they lost mouse control.
Yeah, I saw some of that. Also, really quickly to address what Beery said, I have never said that I care about there being blacks and knights in the Middle Ages. In fact, you can find one of the broadcasts where I said that I was very hyped for the idea of them bringing back the original Zakharum Paladin in Diablo 4. I do not care about blacks and medieval knights in the Middle Ages being put into video games. I care infinitely more about those people who choose to get annoying about things like that for political reasons, but they are doing it because they want to see, quote, diversity in video games, and not actual story reasons for why there is or is not blacks in that area. I think that is something pretty much most people can agree with, in fact, because it's the kind of reasons behind the reason that a character shows up as African American in a Nordic region in something like Dad of Boy, Ragnarok. I could care less about Angrboda being black. I care infinitely more about if Angrboda's gonna be here, you know, where's my other black characters? Why isn't Heimdall black, for example? It's an arbitrary choice being made by people who are trying to say something politically about the world, and I am not a political person that cares about those things until someone decides to put it in the middle of my story, and then say, it doesn't matter, why do you care about it? At that point, that is the point where I'm going to definitely care about it, but it's not because of the black character. It's because a person is proselytizing to me, and they're trying to proselytize about the worldview and their politics in the middle of the video game, instead of letting the game and its themes speak for itself. Same thing exists with Final Fantasy XVI. It's not important. In fact, there is more reason for there to be black characters inside of Diablo in the world of Sanctuary, because they don't make short on fantasy races. It's why characters in Diablo 3 have hard-locked origins. It's why characters in Diablo 2 have hard-locked origins. You cannot customize them. The only thing that's customizable is their skin. Hell, the original run of the original 3 heroes of Diablo themselves was a white man, a white woman, and a black man. One of the members of the Viserai who becomes a summoner, the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eyes Amazon who ends up becoming Blood Raven, and then the son of King Leoric, who slays basically his brother Albrecht, being possessed by Diabolus. That son, Adon, becoming the Dark Wanderer, and thus becoming the reincarnated blood body of Diablo for Diablo 2. And also the progenitor and the father of the character Leia from Diablo 3, who also gets possessed and used by Diablo as a Shemp body when he conceived that child with the Witch Adira. These characters and their races were not as important as the era behind them. The reason why, even in the case of what I meant and discussed for Diablo 4 about the difference between the Zakarum Paladin and the Westmarch Paladin, or rather the Westmarch Crusader, is that they divinated between each other. The original orders were possessed and destroyed. Namely, the Triune that fucked up Zakarum, which is all black people. I'm not in Act 3 right now, so I can't show it off directly. But all black people, indigenous tribes, spiritual heralded people, and the ones that went west, away from Tristram, down to the marshes, that brought them to a different place and to teach a different type of magics and techniques that created the foundation of the Order of the Crusaders. So where the Crusaders can go Super Saiyan and turn into a spiritual being, utilizing direct powers of the light, it was in fact the powers of the light that was utilized by the Zakarum Paladin faith, was that of basically the spirit of Akarat working through them as mortal men, accessing the powers of divinity. Of course, that wasn't in the terminology of what you were talking about, but I wanted to put that out there in case you weren't aware of it. Now that your thing's been addressed, back to this shit.
So they've had a multitude of bugs. The servers are, in my opinion, not really up to snuff, or they have not fully bugged it. This is shit that you should find in your QA testing, but considering the fact that there hasn't been any decent QA testing in ages for most video games, I'm going to wager that they did not do any QA testing.
I think it might be the case that they couldn't have done any because they were too busy buying people. How many streamers bought their way into being given an ad sponsorship for this game?
Oh yes, the buying of them. The buying of influencers. The buying of influencers, yes. Anyways, my opinions on that are as follows. You shouldn't, you can do it. I'm not gonna say you shouldn't, because there's definitely a cause for it. Should it be the fact that you're solely buying off them, and then that's just all you're gonna do, and you're just gonna say, this is the best game ever? No, you really shouldn't. And if anything, that just makes it ring hollow to many people, because we know that the Twitch streamers are all shams. If we don't, then we're just following and we're just being lemmings. That's going to be generically how things are going to be approached for this. Does not matter about anything like that. God damn, he's fucking dying again. Jesus Christ, my healer is either that trash at the game, or, yeah, the healer's fucking trash. Wow, I'm just gonna...
Molding aside, it is the case that this is shit that they should have caught. They instead chose not to put that time into developing the game, but instead choosing to use it to buy certain content creators to come play the game as an ad sponsorship. That is not a scoping, that is not a seeding. They literally paid people to play the game as an ad sponsorship. It's something that has always happened. It's a thing that's called a headhunter sponsorship. They offer you the ability to compensate your time playing the game on camera with an equivalent buyout contract that requires you to have certain caveats. We've seen them before. Literally, almost all of half of last year and part of this year, the jokes being made about Mind's Eye was that it was a trash video game that most people only heard of because certain broadcasters were supposed to be playing it. And when those broadcasters started playing it, they made comments about the game and its creativity. And then immediately, all of a sudden, the sponsorship's canceled and they can't even show the game off anymore. And we're talking about contracts with pro ship rates that start at $11. The minimum amount people were being paid to play Marathon was $11. There have been some screen caps that have gone around of those broadcasters, which I should probably put them on screen. I had them here somewhere a second ago. It is the case.
I recommend them. They're hilarious to look at.
Marathon streamer ads. Let's see here. Here we go. So we've got examples from some people that you consider to be the who's who of broadcasters, and I'm getting this directly from the subreddit. I don't know which subreddit this is coming from. I think it's coming from GG discussion. Yeah, it's coming from GG discussion. But here on the screen, you can clearly see the names of the people who are involved. You've got It's Timmy. Those of you who don't know It's Timmy, that's a person who loves playing nonstop with people like Justine and Shroud, namely a person who comes from the background of Apex Legends. Lyric, Tim the Tatman with the Burnt Peanut, and Hutch, literally playing, also as an ad. Summit 1G, 10Z, Valkyrie, Distortion, Super TF, some people who are just literally who's, but they have an audience on Twitch, which is the main audience, which is the modern audience, all playing on ad sponsorships. So, they're not even playing the game out of their own interest for fun. They were playing because they were paid. And they were falling off saying the game was shit. Ninja, the most honest of which, out of his blue hair phase, saying, yeah, this game is trash. Is it because of the money, or is it because of something else? I don't know. You think of it yourself. But this is the reality of Marathon right now. The reality of Marathon is that they were getting ready for the Server Slam. They said it was going to beat the game. They said it was going to be the best thing since sliced bread. And they are currently shitting the bed. Hard. This is not even mentioning the problems of censoring another video game in the chat room of the video game. That already showed on camera. There are plenty of examples. One of the videos that we're going to get into is going to demonstrate this as part of our conversation from fan of the channel, Dezembro. But I got plenty of content lined up for this, as well as other content. But getting on to the top of this, before we start the content, just wanted to give Marcus the room in which to speak on what he wanted to speak on. Because, yeah, I am not going to touch Marathon with a fucking 10-foot cock. Not doing it. Can't make me. You cannot make me.
I'm going to be so honest, I'm not going to as well. But that is predominantly because I stand by my decision that Bungie does not deserve anybody's money right now.
Mm-hmm.
The issue with Bungie right now has been the same issue that a lot of Destiny players have been complaining about. And Struggler knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, he just tired of getting scammed.
Same... Yeah.
Like, there's no other way to say it.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I took your wind out of your sails. I'm sorry. Pretend I didn't say that.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm slightly focusing on the boss fight while talking about this at the same time. And honest to God, I wish that my tank and healer were a lot better at their job. But that's neither here nor there. Maybe it's just because I was playing with the people I was playing with, and they themselves have like the most severe warped perception I've ever witnessed about how like fights go. But I'll just stick to the gameplay and I'll tell you my stories afterwards.
Okay.
The gameplay feels okay. Like, it just feels okay. It feels very slow. The heat system is very wonky because they're like, we want to make sure that there's a risk to everything you do. But the issue is that risk kind of becomes flat when you have characters that kind of cheat the system, and most people are not going to really recognize those systems, strictly based off of the fact that, one, if it doesn't do damage, not many people are going to care unless they have the actual tactical acumen that many people would have for an extraction shooter. But the issue is that you're trying to cultivate that specific target audience that I can safely say does not have that acumen whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And you might be wondering, what audience are they trying to cultivate here? The audience that they're trying to cultivate is effectively their looter shooter based group. But the issue is that their looter shooter based group didn't like extraction shooters to begin with. They didn't like it because, one, the idea of losing all of your gear does not sit well with a whole lot of people.
Yeah, you guys they're coming from a mentality of where they already feel resistant to the design of Path of Exile. Why would they need to farm their gear, even if they are getting significantly levels of power ahead of people? And the shooting aspect is pretty much the thing that I've had explained to me by some other mutuals from DevCord. Basically, they could never play a MOBA, or they rarely want to sit down and play a MOBA, but when I introduced them to Eternal Return, they took to it like water. But then the idea of something like Smite, they could never do that. But hey, Deadlocked! Smite with guns, though, bro! It's very much one of those appeal factors. It's like, stick a chicken in and make her gay, put a gun in it, and make it a looter shooter.
Yeah. Honestly, I personally enjoyed Deadlock, but that's just because I think that the actual design of Deadlock is very good, and I'll be honest, Hi-Rez had their chance. I'm gonna just say that right now.
They did. They had their chance. They had their chance. Literally, almost all of the Deadlock streamers, though they were Smite and Smite 2 players. They literally lost them because of how bad they've been shitting the bed. I agree with you.
Yeah. Like, Hi-Rez, you have done it time and time again, and I don't know how the fuck you keep doing it, but you always have the perfect formula, and you just need to keep that formula, and then they just fuck it up.
I think they got too big for the britches, and you certainly can't blame this on, the appeal of people being pushed out of the game from people like DM Brandon. He's a non-factor in this situation. They fucked up on this on their own terms. They lost the market.
Would it even matter if it was for him? Because they're just going to say, they probably wouldn't have even cared.
Like, I have seen threads, and I looked on threads live on air, where they were offering to ban people because they were complaining that the game had problems. When you start doing that, I think you deserve the title of the reincarnation of Riot Games. Okay? I'm sorry that you're having a problem with our shit service. Would you like us to ban you from the game so you never have to play it again? What a tactic. Anyways.
You gotta love it.
Moving from that.
Yes. The overall issue that I have with it is that, one, they want to have field bosses, but the issue is that the field bosses, from what I've gathered, are way too tanky for the amount of ammo that a player brings.
If they can even find it.
And what I mean by that is that, that there are instances of the players just actually running out of ammo. Because when I've killed people, they've usually ran out of ammo, and I go to pilfer their bodies for ammo, and I'm thinking, there's no fucking ammo on this dumbass. So players, for one, don't know how to allocate the ammunition that they require. And what I mean by this is they genuinely do not know what to do for this situation.
Mm-hmm.
So they will outright just fucking die. and just say like, oh, I ran out of like heavy ammo or light ammo or like my batteries are gone. It's like you absolute like I know how to fucking allocate my shit, and I know how to fucking properly engage into how people like fight, because I've played extraction shooters. I know how much ammo I'm going to need in order to fight. I'm not taking engagements all the freaking time unless I absolutely have to, because extraction shooters are not meant to be you're just suddenly John Rambo. You are a fucking nobody. You are somebody who is there to get in, get the fuck out, and hopefully live another day.
But the Peanut.
That is how most extraction shooters play.
But Peanut. But Peanut's so good. How he kill all the people?
Peanut's super fucking mid. I don't care what anybody fucking says about that dumbass. I'm sorry, but like, I'm sorry. The only reason why you exist is because of you bots. That is endlessly it.
But people say he didn't view bot. It was proven by Devin Ash himself.
Sure, but
I'm not even trying to race bait you right now.
no, I know you aren't. That's just how it all fucking is, and that's what makes me so fucking absolutely annoyed by it, because people don't have the critical thinking skills to go, man, that sure is weird. And when he was called out, he's like, no, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing it.
Like, but if I was, you would be able to prove it.
Yeah, pretty much.
True. But yeah, game has bugs. Game has graphical problems. Oh my god, the graphics. Just to say on the essence of its art design. I know, and I've heard of the original Marathon. It is effectively a quintessential slot boomer shooter. I don't know where the fuck they took it from, but this is not Marathon. None of this art design is Marathon. Marathon is not neon-colored slop that looks like it's trying to be cyberpunk, but isn't cyberpunk.
The thing, like, even like graphics-wise, I don't really care, because it's just like, oh, it's new, it's shiny. It's like, I could care less, because you want to know why? You can make a piece of shit sparkle, and that'd be fan-fucking-tastic. But the thing is that, does it run well? Because if I hear my fucking PC chugging and fucking gasping for fucking air like my friend was, like, his PC couldn't run this fucking thing because for some reason it was fucking dying so avidly, because the running of this game is so abysmal. It's so weird. And they're asking like, hey, the minimum requirement, like, yeah, sure, the minimum requirements are a 1050 Ti and like 8 gigs, but you're recommending a 20, like, you like have done really well for the minimum requirements, but my friend's computer is already a beast. How the fuck are you already making shit and saying those are the recommendations? That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know where you come from where that means that, yeah, that'll work, but that's really weird, especially with somebody like me, because I'm going to, because if that's the actual recommendations of the guns that you're, like, or not guns, but the, like, your PC requirements are, those are your recommendations, and my friend is having that issue, I know it's not his PC. He's told me his specs before. It's not his PC. It's your game.
Mm-hmm. See, I have the same question about the people they are calling in, both socially in terms of players, and then also the hardware of those people playing on Deadlocked. With all this time that they choose to ask us multiple times on Steam for that fucking hardware test / like survey, and they just do a hard cut of all of our data.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
I know. I'm extrapolating this because certainly, assuming that you had people just come around because they wanted to be a part of the testing, you've got people tuning in, signing in to play your game, and you didn't at all just take a random spec look of those people joining into those environments for the ability to join the playtest of your game, or the potential forward head look of who'd be playing in your game. And it's the case that you keep getting people that just somehow, magically, are running on the slowest, smallest amount of toaster that they could obviously toast bread on. How is that happening every time?
I wonder if the service line is still even up.
Because when I keep seeing that happen in things like both Marathon and also things like Deadlocked, how are these niggas getting invitations to come play your video game? And they're going to give you the worst kind of information that you can be able to source for the experience of your game's history, let alone your game's opportunity to run. Like, where the fuck? How the fuck? Why the fuck? And you aren't telling them, get your fucking toaster gaming ass off our shit? Certainly you don't want to push them out the door because, hey, that's a lot of money. But how the fuck is that happening? Huh? How is it happening? Why does it keep happening? Why does nobody have any explanation for this shit? How is it the case that it keeps going down like this? Exactly like this. And nobody can explain why. I'm getting confused. You're confused. I'm confused. They're confused. Their data is coming away, feeling and playing a certain way. Content is turning out the way that content's turning out just because it happens to be going like that. I don't fucking know, man. But someone's got to make it make sense.
Okay, so they closed the server slam down. All right. Anyways, that's good to know.
Okay,
but so, I was trying to extract out more of my stuff there. So to all who have played Destiny, original Destiny, I should say, they did the card thing again.
The card thing?
So in order to learn more about the lore pieces, they decided, hey, in order to get anything lore related, or just like learn about the world that we are creating, one must find it through logs that we have in the world, or just do challenges. So, and they did this in what was called cards for it. So you go into a specific menu, and there would be these cards, and then you go into them, and they have lore tidbits. They did the same fucking thing, because apparently that's the way they want to do their lore now. So neither here nor there. It's a bit of a tedious thing because they just don't straight up just give you the actual story. They want you to solve it and see what it is. But the story so far is that corporations are curious about Tau Ceti, a specific planet that was meant to be for colonizing purposes, but it went dark. What could have happened? And if you know the original Marathon lore, you know what's happening. It's a very weird way of trying to say, oh my god, what could possibly be happening, when we could go about basically 20, 30, near 30 years now back to the past and look upon what the original thing was, which was it's a work in Tachinter. I might be mispronouncing that, but if you know, you know.
Okay.
So the whole issue about Marathon is that they really like the art direction that one particular person stole. So they tried their best to basically be like, yeah, we're gonna keep it, because there was no backing out from this. So the plagiarism will make me God thing just stuck.
So they stole the art assets. They didn't do any work to try and change it and make it theirs. They barely did enough changes, and they have now moved the entire world's logic to center around that narrative theft. I mean change. I mean filtration. I mean adaptation.
Yes.
And instead of doing art through actually, or rather lore, through actually discovering the world and maybe tying back to the game that it originally came from, it is now the case that you're going to learn about the lore of the game through jump puzzles. I'm not saying that it's only jump puzzles, I mean through jump puzzles, through ways that have nothing to do with playing the game.
So it's playing the game. It's not even like jump puzzles. It's like, go to this location. Now interact with this terminal. Okay, now extract.
That's gay. Why couldn't it just be a lore tidbit that you found in your... Okay, you're already tying it into extraction. Why not it be a secured decryption that needs to be encrypted and decrypted back at your home base, wherever they are basically calling Speranza in this game's universe, because it's just Speranza. You're just going back to Speranza. You're just going back to the game hub, where everybody else is also going. Why didn't you just make it something like that? Why was it the case that it had to specifically be, I just interact with a desk, and then I extract? Why couldn't it be you doing anything even close to going into places you're not supposed to be to discover shit that would give you the reward benefit of not only loot based on events happening at that time, but any of the puzzles that are comparative to what's already inside of Arc Raiders. Like, say, the Matriarch puzzle, or that one place where you go around and you have to press buttons that are out of the way to open a cache shelter that's got loot underneath it. Why is it that? It is literally the kind of way that they treat lore inside of these MMORPGs. You just go into a room, you click on a thing, and you do a thing. Hell, even World of Warcraft back in the day, when they used to give a shit about the game, did more than that. It used to be the case that there was an undiscovered fucking puzzle in one of those fucking town halls that involved a cancer patient. And she had an entire idea put together for the purposes of just, like, a fucking pun about cats. This is the best y'all niggas got? Really? I understand it's for a casual audience, but holy fuck. Casuals are willing to do a lot if you give them the source to. And, you know, you don't reward players that just want to shit on their face non-stop 24/7 when they don't professionally play games for money. But come on, man. That's the best y'all niggas got? Wow. Gay. So, without further ado, let us now dig into this video. Decembro, the Maricon Cope is here, and it is Seba laughing emoji.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing.
One more thing.
I can safely say the player base is not going to be used to at all engaging with actual like actual other players in any sense of the word, and I do mean this quite literally. They do not know how to play this fucking game, because what they will do is quite never ever check their fucking corners properly. They will run in. They will try their best to basically. If I do not gun you down the second I see you, I will fucking alt F4.
Cringe.
Yep.
Okay, is that it?
Yep, that's pretty much it. I'm ready to witness what this cope might be. Whatever it may come, I will most likely try my best to refute.
Hey everybody!
If you could put it up on
so Marathon is currently having a server
so I don't get echo, that'd be great.
Quack, 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 quack.
Or whatever it's called, which is basically an opportunity for people to hop on and try the game out for free and give the developers feedback as they make their final touch-ups before the release date in March. And with this, of course, there's been a lot of criticism. And it has been very reminiscent of what just happened with Highguard, where, God forbid, people criticize a video game because, oh my god, it's the hate and negativity people again, targeting a poor, innocent video game. It's really all just very tiresome, and I didn't really want to get into it, but at the end of the day, there's things being said, you know, there's cope out there being thrown out into the web sphere that I just can't let slide. Like, I can't resist it, so here we go. I tried the server slam myself, guys, and if you don't mind, I'll be splicing some different footage from other games in here, because frankly, not only did I not like it, it doesn't even make for good background footage. Most of my time spent here was walking around incredibly ugly locations and hallways, looting items, and occasionally shooting a robot or two while searching for players. Also, even the user experience looks bad, so I don't want to give anybody any epilepsy or some shit.
Yep, that's a loading. That's the loading screen
also,
right
if
there.
you see some footage from a very old-looking game, by the way, that'll be Marathon, the original one from ages ago before I was even born. I don't know if I'll ever dedicate a full video to it or not, but one of my biggest gripes with Marathon was finding out that there was already a Marathon and basically Bungie just went back, gutted it, completely stripped away what it was about and what type of game it was, just to make yet another tiresome live service. It's such a pet peeve of mine. It's one of the most disgusting things that you can do as a game studio. Marathon, the actual one, like taking that old game from the 90s and bringing it back in full modern splendor, would have been right up the alley of all the Bungie fans out there who have been waiting for them to make a single-player campaign again, rich in story, lore, and atmosphere, with epic set pieces, and then top it all off with a fun multiplayer mode on the side. Or the Destiny fans out there who always hoped that more of its story and universe was fleshed out rather than just shoved aside with asinine dialogue lines from characters that basically come down to, oh yeah, I could tell you all about this story stuff, but there's no time to explain, Guardian. In fact,
See, I thought that something that they were doing with Marathon, which is why they spent so much time trying to redo the art assets, was the case that it was going to be a game that came with its own world lore and its own reason for existing. I thought that it was the case that it was going to be a game that had a single-player campaign, but all the people would be playing non-stop online. I thought it was going to be a COD situation, but I am in fact sad that it is in fact not a COD situation, because I don't play extraction shooters on principle. The main reason is that if I wanted to waste my time looting containers and doing extra shit to find content to play against other people, I would just play more of old school RuneScape. But it is also the case that I am not going to choose to cheat on my beloved Path of Exile unless the game is worth my time. And it didn't look like it was worth my time. And I already don't like those kinds of people that the game catered towards. You know, casual fuckshits that will make arguments about how games deserve to have more opportunity, but they aren't willing to actually extend that to other things in their peripheral. Like, it is a very, very hard time having a conversation with a person who will say things like, oh, I could find the time to play something like Helldivers, but the way in which they engage in Helldivers is that they play 2 matches and then they leave. They play 2 missions, they get emotionally tilted, and they jump off the game the way that niggas jump off League. Like, oh man, that was a really bad fucking tournament mission. Alright, now it's time to go do some laundry. Nigga, we can stop, you can go do the laundry and then you can come back. Why do you have to leave the room to do the laundry? Well, you know, I got things I gotta do. Like what? Dinner? Dinner? You can eat at your fucking console, nigga. Put a fucking thing over your desk. Eat while you're dead. Well, you know, I like...
Real quick.
No problem.
But go.
You know, I like eating at a table. You know, I like being able to eat with my family. You know, there's a rule. You know how the woman's got me. And it's just, you're trying to leave because you're upset right now at the video game, and you want to come back and, like, rejuvenate your love story that you have with the game. Like, I know that you're upset. Like, I can hear it in your voice. Why are you lying to me? I never understand this. I probably never will understand it, and I'll still convince people to try to play different games out of their sphere of influence. Whether it be something like an SMP, or, you know, whatever the fuck you want to really say that once human is. But it is the case that I never will stop trying to get people to play things out of their comfort zone. And whenever you see somebody trying to play something that is clearly not in their comfort zone, I feel like there's a lot of cope. They got a lot of cope behind what's stopping them from playing it. And it's always bizarre, because I never understand why they can't just say, bro, I'm not enjoying this. I don't understand why people do it for modern games. I don't understand why they make this argumentation for what they call the woke slop. I won't understand the going into the slop verse. I won't understand the unk slop shit. I can barely understand the transgender slop shit. And that's only because that makes sense on its own paradigm. But I don't understand the context of these things that they use them towards, and how the arguments seem to just dry up overnight. I don't get it. I don't know if I will get it ever, but it's the case that it's hilarious and funny, and it continues to make me laugh in my heart. I giggle like a schoolgirl. I kick my feet while I do it, like, like I wish I could grasp what it is they want me to grasp, but I guess I'm not in the upright grasping position, so to say. So, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. They play what they want. I play what I want. I think I have more fun playing what I want while watching these people suffer a death and disease not unlike the Humdai. Yeah, I wish these people would be able to find whatever puts them in the acclimated upright position to be able to achieve this level of emotional pain. But it is what it is, I guess, at the end of the day.
Fact, Guardian, I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. Just listen to the Peter Dinklage floating voice and go do what he says. To see that original identity be sucked out and get turned into this slop that I even struggle to find words to describe, like I legitimately struggle here. I don't tend to rely too much on the word slop due to overuse, but I genuinely don't even know what to say here. I don't understand where the appeal is in this design choice at all. Everything looks like it's made out of Nintendo Labo cardboard. It's all just very disheartening, and that kind of brings us to the first example of cope. Every time a game tries something new and the internet dogpiles it before launch, another studio decides to play it safe next time. People say they want innovation but reward familiarity. Extraction games feel very different after you level up, but a lot won't see that. This is the first of many examples of content creator cope that has been swarming online discourse around Marathon. And something you'll definitely notice in the people we'll be covering today is they don't tell you why the game is good, they'll just do this, where they just condemn people for voicing their criticism because what they voiced wasn't positive. Again,
This happens to be the toxic cloud of toxic positivity that exists around gaming. It'll always be there. This is a problem that led, obviously, to the death of Highguard. Talking about that after this video. But it's so much to the case that this is the kind of shit that stops people like me from getting into these new titles. Because they just don't have the ability to actually compare and compete on an equal case basis. They are getting dog washed at the fucking... At the minimalist point, at the maximalist point. Because on one side of the issue, they're getting completely filtered by people that are effectively killing them in the numbers because they're able to hold the attention in the marketplace better than others. But then at the same time, you have individuals that have to effectively walk back so many ideas, so many ideals, so many takes, and they find themselves stuck in this context, this contextual reality, where anything negative that goes in their ears and out their ears on the other side, it can only be the case that a person is just, they're upset, they're bitchless, they don't have any sauce, they don't have any taste. These, when you ain't got a rancid bitch in your ear telling you that a game's bad, you can find out that a game is really good. And there are caveats where that can be applicable, but not for this shit. This shit is, you would not give this to fun to children. You would not give this to little Timmy for him to play on fucking Christmas. Little Timmy is going to call you a slur. And then little Timmy is going to hope that somebody bashes you over the head with pineapple. Because it is the case that they do not have any good faith for the shit that they're putting forward. It is the case that people are unconvinced because they know that this shit is bad in the depths of their soul. By the depths of depravity, by the soul of fucking Drogman. They know that it's dog shit. They know that it's fucking unenjoyable. Not only do they know it, they can feel it in their bones, and they don't make excuses for why. But unfortunately, it is the case that there are some people that are out there that will actively defend the game and attempt to defend it on those lines. And one of those lines is that they'll say the game is just good if you give it a chance. And you guys just are sauceless and are unwilling to let something new exist, because if you let that thing be good, you will find yourself enjoying something, and lo and behold, if niggas enjoy something. But unfortunately, it is the fact that I know that they're coping. I know that they're coping, because they don't use that argumentation when it comes to things that are quintessentially good that everybody agrees is good. It is not the case that you have to convince people like myself to play Baldur's Gate 3. We will test it ourselves. It is not the case that you have to convince people like myself to play South of Midnight. Even for investigative journalistic purposes, we will investigate. We will be investigating it to find out. It is not the case that you have to convince people like me to play Helldivers. We will be playing Helldivers too, simply because of our own curiosity. You don't have to convince people like myself to play Eugenics. You don't have to convince people like myself to play fucking old unk-slop video games, or new era recreations of roguelikes, or roguelites, or card battlers, or different innovative designs of play. Literally last week, nobody had to convince me to play any of the games that I was showing off as a part of Next Fest. Nobody had to convince me to show off Insider Trading. Nobody had to convince me to show off Gunboat God, Enter the Chronosphere, Vampire Crawlers. Nobody had to convince me to buy Eugenics. I had to be convinced to care about Deadlocked only because I simply passed it over because it's not out of release. What's the point of playing it if I'm not playing with other people who are learning in an environment that I think is better conducive for its ability to be played? Nobody had to convince me to play Peglin. Nobody had to convince me to play He Is Coming or The Doors of Strithius. Nobody had to convince me to play Balatro. Nobody had to convince me to play Once Human on launch. Nobody had to convince me to buy and attempt to play Unbeatable. I was paid to play Wonder Stars, and I need to really sit my ass down and make myself get back to that. And should I have discovered it on my own time, nobody would have needed to convince me to give No Straight Roads Encore Edition or its sequel that should be coming up sometime this year a try either. I would have naturally come across these games in the wild, and I would have played them. If they were good, then it would have been to the case example that they would have made an argument for themselves, and that whatever happened, happened. But it is in fact the case, when it comes to these individuals and their content, that they want to make an argument about what people had to be convinced to do, what people had to make an argument to do, what people had to make an argument to play. And it is the case example that it's the most bitch-made shit in existence. Nobody had to convince people to play video games that are good, because they naturally have curiosity. But it is the fact case that some people have to convince them with money to get people to play video games like Marathon. Because why would people whose literal content is playing a singular video game all day, every day, ever waste their time with something that they cannot get a guarantee would give them a dividend on the returns? You don't have to make an argument about Unk Slop. You don't have to make an argument about the Chud Slop. You don't gotta make an argument about Trans Girl Slop. You ain't gotta make an argument about the supposed, I hate this word, I'm not using this word on purpose, I'm using this word accurately as scholastical interest. Nobody would ever tell me to try the Troon Shine, to play the newest movement sim. Hell, I'm one of the many people who was waiting for Fallen Aces and Mouse PI Detective to come out, and they decided to fucking make the shit delay for all the way up until fucking April something. Nobody had to convince us to do that shit. We already want to give them a shot. It's the case that these niggas don't want my money because they won't come out in time. All this ephemeral bullshit that gets used as a justification to not do what they were already supposed to be committing and willing to do. It is the case example that the modern audience has to be convinced more than the regular consumer, because the modern audience doesn't know if their investment in time is going to translate into popularity, which is really the problem at the end of the day. We don't have to be convinced to give shit a try. We're more willing and we're more forgiving to at least give them a chance to be like, listen, it's a dumb premise, but let's see what they actually got underneath the fucking hood. But when we're looking under the hood, you ain't got shit. It's such cope. It's such bullshit.
Same thing that happened with Highguard, and even the same sort of annoying thing that we talked about in this other video after the Highguard layoffs, where I even showed you guys a streamer going full boo-hoo on social media, crying over Highguard and placing the blame on the bad gamers who spoke negatively of it, while in the meantime the streamer himself wasn't playing the damn game. He played it once at launch and abandoned it. This is an increasingly
Exactly. Like, these are people that will be like, bro, you didn't give it a chance. Oh, the mighty keep on the internet is bitching, whining, and crying. Aw, the game, the chuds are attacking the game. The chuds are attacking the game. And where are you? Where are you playing the video game? Were you ever playing the video game? Were you going to return to playing it? I don't know. We're going to wait until the chuds stopped playing it entirely to decide to get back to playing it? Like, where's your numbers, bro? Put your numbers on camera. I want to see you playing the game live. But alas, no. Because it's just postulation. I see the video game people playing the game, and I don't like that they're coming away with opinions that don't reflect my worldview. Therefore, I will bitch and moan about them. Such levels of dog shit. Never before seen in this era, but definitely from an era from a bygone past. And the only thing that keeps most people honest and interested is that when you call them on this shit, when you call them on this cope, they will then say things like, well, I played the game, but I wasn't having fun, so I stopped playing it. Is that so wrong? Is that a crime? And obviously, it's not a crime. You don't have to be committed to give a video game all of your fucking essence and interest. You don't have to give a game all your time and all your dollars and all your monies. But if the modern audience that it's allegedly made for, that it's meant to pander to, won't play the fucking video game, nigga, why should I? Why should I be forced to play your video game and make it popular, and put in time to play the tutorial, and put in time to play 300 hours of the game, because it only gets good after the first 100, but hey, play another few of it. You said that it was good anyways, bro. Why is it the case that I gotta put my time into your fucking bullshit, and you can't? Why? Tell me why should I have to play your game? Tell me why I should have to do this shit today. And I get you, and I promise you they ain't got an answer. It vibes. Do it for the community. Do it to promote the do it to promote the downtrodden and the underdeserved and underprivileged. I don't know. Do the underprivileged deserve my money? I don't think they deserve my money, bro. And if they do, why aren't they getting your money? If my money's good, why isn't your money good?
Annoying sentiment, and it's all over the place. It comes in many shapes and colors. It comes like this, where it's completely wrong, like we're not even talking about the same concept here. It comes in the shape of saying people didn't used to be like this before, gamers would just ignore a game that was a mess instead of being vocal about how they dislike it, which is just...
Well, that's not true, because we've always been vocal about when we don't like something. It's just that we're vocal about why we don't like it, and then we don't play it. And then people say, bro, I don't see you play this video game. Why don't you play this video game anymore? And then we tell them. And after we tell them, then they don't ask us anymore. Because you don't ask somebody to explain something to you that they just explained already. I wonder what that sounds like. Does it possibly sound like we told you why we don't want to play your game, and you kept trying to bring it back up again over and over again? But it wasn't the case that we didn't give you a chance, so you're trying to sell us on it. It's the case that we told you why we don't want to play it, and you keep trying to sell me on something I don't want to buy. Sounds like a marketing problem. Sounds like something that somebody should be paid money to figure out. Sounds like somebody should be paid money to ask me the question that I already have. But nobody has ever approached us to ask us in that way. It's instead been the same argumentation, the same situation, argued and negotiated time and time again, multiple times over. To the point, ad nauseum, where there is no explanation other than the one that we already gave you. And you keep ignoring that answer. So what else can I fucking tell you? What else could I possibly say to get those people who keep asking me, why won't you use our product? Why won't you try our product? How do I get you to get that I don't want it because it's bad? What words could I use? How could I phrase it? Could it be possible that I might call it some kind of slop, perhaps? That I say that it is derived from a certain type of ideological viewpoint that views me and mine as an interchangeable husk that can be replaced. That's supposed to take over for our dead corpse. I wonder what I might call that video game. I wonder what I might call content of that style. Nah, I'm just a chud. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not a video game. I'm not a person who is an individual market producer of reviews, views, news, and rants and takes. No. Go to one of those people like Irrelevant who does nothing but cover politics. He'll tell you the reality. When he can be bothered to, when he's done trying to debate unaware teenagers on TikTok. That's who you want to go to, right? Because people like me don't know what I'm talking about. Allegedly.
Just insane. I don't know where the hell these people are getting this narrative from, but screw it, we'll get there later. Actually, we're not going to get there later because I already covered this in 2 Highguard videos. Instead, let's focus on this point. This has nothing to do with the game trying something new. At all. This isn't why the game is being dragged through the mud. That's number 1. And number 2, it's not new. It's the most classic of classics, straight up, extraction shooter design. You spawn on a map, you look around like a moron, you loot shit, and then you survive on your way to find an extraction point to leave. It doesn't differ in any way from Arc Raiders, for example, except that game's world design and sound design is just infinitely better. Things are simpler to...
I wouldn't say infinitely better. I would say it's probably designed in a way where it's not fucking eye phantasmagoria that makes you want to cross your eyes and go blind. It doesn't want to hurt you with the sensibilities of its art and its pastels. Which, that's tomato. I've seen and I've played a lot of dog shit that's better played in 2D than played in 3D. Really, it's a matter of ease. It's a matter of access. It's a matter of accessibility. Real accessibility. Not accessibility as difficulty. Although technically, could you consider something accessibility as difficulty if it actually takes eyes to actually have to look at it to be able to be good at it? If you have to stare into the sun and the part of the game is that you have to do that to be considered good, is that a metric? Is that something that actually is an improvement on it? Or is that possibly a way to mercy kill people for the crime of having picked up the game in general? I don't know, you decide. I'm just being funny in this moment. Where is Marcus?
understand in it, and the UI isn't a messy jumble of particles, colors, menus, fonts, and other shit. Pardon my French, there's gonna be a lot of French in this video. I'm trying to hold it together, but I'm this close to crashing out. Number 3. If other developers out there are looking at the situation happening right now with Marathon, and what they take away from it is that they shouldn't do different things and play it safe by rehashing the same crap, then that's their problem for being stupid and having abysmal reading comprehension skills. Or worse, pay attention to what content creators like this are saying instead of what players are saying, which is probably the biggest problem going on. It's listening to content creators, listening...
I mean, the problem I would perceive is not listening to content creators, but listening to people who have not actually invested in your content. There is a great take that I'm going to play for you all. And it comes from one of the people that I was paying attention to while I was investigating the drama happening about the culture being developed, and I guess that has now defined itself in the core of art creators. It comes from a person called Derek the Mindful Gamer. I'll put on camera for you all. Favorites and shoot spitting. Yes, here we go.
The worst thing to happen to gaming is numbers.
He's right.
Steam numbers, Twitch viewership numbers, like and dislike ratios have absolutely ruined the gaming space, bro.
Because we're trying to make something objective that is fundamentally subjective. This happens in healthcare too. There's something called a pain scale. Rate your pain from 1 to 10. But what's a 10 to one person might be a 5 to someone else. We all have different tolerances, different baselines, and different contexts. Gaming is the exact same. A game having 1,000 active players doesn't automatically mean it's dead. 1,000 dedicated players who genuinely love the experience is a healthier ecosystem than 10,000 people who are only there because it's trending. Burnt Peanut is experiencing this right now. The problem with numbers is this: they flatten the experience, they reduce art to metrics, and they trick us into outsourcing our opinion. Instead of asking, did I enjoy this? We ask, how many other people did? And that shift will change everything. Now you're not playing the game anymore, you're tracking its stock price. I really do think that numbers have ruined video games. Let's go to the letters.
The worst thing to happen to gaming.
So the problem there is that you have a reality, and that reality is shaped by the simulacrum of information. Obviously, more people playing video game equals good, equals lively, equals existence, equals people breathing, equals lifeblood. If no talk, no people, no conversation equals dead, then all talk, all conversation, and all time period equals life, which is obviously a fallacy. It is obviously fake to say that a game that has a dedicated fan base that is within a certain margin of error is dead or alive. Because who decides that? We literally dealt with this with Helldivers 2 already. We literally have already gone through this entire metastasized cycle, from beginning to development to end to permanent death, as they have removed the ability for this to ever be used as a talking point, because now it's back in the news cycle, because this is how people choose to view content. Now, I would not go to the degree in which saying 1,000 people playing and developing that way is better than blah 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 blah, because this is to a fault, right? A game like that of Helldivers 2 requires a buy-in. You have to buy into the game in order to play it. Highguard has no such buy-in. It needs active players because the servers are being ran and the money is drying up because they don't have enough people paying their payroll. They needed $880,000, a little over $750,000 to hit critical mass. They have now hit 99% of player loss. If you have a game that needs to make $750,000, even get into the range of making $1 million, so you can take the $120K as profit, and then turn that around from your player base and take more content out of that on that roadmap they had offered, instead of them being in the panic mode that they are, with trying to make a updated version of the 5-on-5 that they now made as a permanent mode, as well as the 3-on-3, as well as a faster paced form of 3-on-3. The only way in which you can be able to get to that point where they must make those decisions is because they're going through the scarcity problem. And certainly you have an argument there, right? Because people have to pay money, people gotta do interest, people have to have interest in it in the first place to be willing to pay their money to get involved inside the process in the first goddamn place. Hell, what I just described before about Diablo 2 and its creation of Reign of the Warlock. that is effectively a new DLC that added a new character, alongside of it new changes comparative to the design of, say, a Path of Exile season, such as Mirage, which is going to be coming later this week. If it doesn't literally launch this week, and I'm pretty sure it does launch this week, because the live review happens before the reveal on the season. So it's probably going to be something like March 2nd, if not March 6th, if not something like March 3rd or something like that. So that's just me guessing. But it is the fact that you do need to have some amount of people playing the video game and investing themselves deeply in order for them to come away with the ability to make money in the first place. Because what's giving them the ability to make the money? What's giving them the interest to play the game? It is getting people on the same page, more than likely. It is getting them on the same page. It is getting them into the room where it happens. It is getting them to give and put trust, to give you the time to invest into the shit in the first place. There's lots of shit that has to happen in order to make this shit go. And unfortunately, it is the case that we're describing the kind of shit that does not make shit go. We're describing the kind of shit that does not make a person interested. We're describing the kind of shit that does not give a person a lot of investment and desire to believe that these people can be trusted with the views of their cash. Because they are unfortunately fucking up in every other way that's possible. And it is killing their opportunity. Certainly, this does apply to the idea of something like Tribes of Midgard, right? This know-nothing game that has a very communicated staff and a very communicated player base. Very similar to over the amounts of years in which you've had people playing nothing but something comparative to that in the formulation of the likes of things such as Stardew Valley, or their favorite knockoff or sold version of Harvest Moon, or if you're an Exceed player, A Story of Seasons, since the split. It is very much the case that that is something that allows those things to exist. But unfortunately, in the game age, where we're talking about a person's career being made and sold, bought and sold off the energy of whether or not they were willing to put in a lot of effort with this content, and saying that this content is going to make what is the new era for us possible, it is the case that you do actually need to have people. You actually do need to have a lot of people, because you need to have word of mouth generating somehow. Because the alternative is that you're buying people off. And if you're buying people, you're telling me that your game can't stand the test of time anyways. It is the case that they can't be able to compete in the marketplace. They lack the ability. They lack the money. They lack the talent. And if that's the case, well, why should I play your video game if your video game is that bad that you can't get people to naturally play it? Certainly, you can make an argument about how one ought feature and or promote their game. And you can say, well, Carl, promoting a game is not the same thing as playing it. And you'd be right. It isn't. It's more. And it's worse. They're going dick dollar deep down to try and convince somebody to get off their forever game and play your video game. Yes, it's going to be a business expense. I expect them to make that business expense. Unfortunately, that's how it works. Industry, hobby, people. That is what gaming is. Right? You can't convince me out of my culture because you said, lol, it'll work and it'll be fine, bro. I believe the thing that they say with this is when we ask them questions, welcome back, is that when we ask them questions about the culture of what a game is, when they say they're going to be making a new video game, and we play it, and they just say, haha, it's just a good game. But I asked you if it was Unkslop. I asked you if it was Troonshine. I asked you if it was this or that. It is the case that these are words that matter. If I walk into a grocery store, and I ask, do you have cakes? And they're like, cakes? We have pastries, bro. And I walk up to the pastries, and it's 5 fucking aisles of beignets in the most Cajun part of my soul, where I might hear the Cajun Fox music start up, and I think of how much I'm going to be licking sugar off my fingers. At the same time, if I'm looking for a birthday cake, a chic birthday cake, I'm going to say, nigga, do not go down to Chic Cakes and Slates Incorporated. These niggas ain't got nothing but aisles of beignets. Because if I'm a customer, I'm looking for a certain kind of product. And you have to sell me on that product. Who you have shuffling your product if I tune in and, oh, it's the burnt peanut shilling the fucking Chic Cakes and More store. I'm gonna be like, don't you fall for that bullshit. That peanut ain't pushing nothing but some fucking chocolate beignets. It's a guilty pleasure you could probably consume. But is it something that you're gonna step away from going to your favorite shopping experience? At some place like Publix? Or Walmart? Argumentatively no. And why? We already know the answer why. Because they don't have what I'm looking for. Why would I go to people who don't sell me the thing that I want? Why would I go to people who don't sell me the thing that I want that I told them multiple thousands of times? I don't want this. I would like this. Or, this is nice, but I don't want this all the time. I want something different. It is the case that they can't answer my question. And if they can't answer my question, they don't get my business.
How far, what have you seen so far, if I may ask?
We're at 8:22. We're currently talking about how people have gone through the business of saying that you should give the game a chance and not to use toxic positivity and a veil of silence around the things that are actually at fault with the game to justify why they should give it a try. I just viewed content from a creator called The Mindful Gamer. His name is Derek. Who's basically somebody who says, actually, it is the case that there are different levels of game tolerance and pain tolerance for people to play video games. And I'm currently arguing the null hypothesis, which is that, yes, people do have different pain tolerances, but you shouldn't be asking for people to have the pain tolerance of a online broadcast content creator versus a person who just wants to play the new game because it's new. They have different levels of expectations, and I have different levels of standards. If they can't meet my standards and my values, I'm not going to waste my time on it. But also, if they can't hold the attention of those people, if they don't have people in the room when it happens, when it comes to playing the video game, why should I be willing to give that game a chance if supposedly it's the newest thing since sliced bread, but you can't show me a single person who's eating bread?
Yeah, that's kind of the issue about it. It's like it's the same issue that I had with Highguard when people were saying, yeah, it's all right. It's like, yeah, if you call all right basically you just wanted fantasy Rainbow Six Siege that also had looter shooter bullshit tied to it, which didn't make any modicum of fucking sense.
Don't know why you would put a raid system inside. Well, see, even if you wanted to stop there on just the looter shooter aspect, why add an overcomplicated raid system that doesn't respect its own value? They can bypass the raid system by just camping. If you're going to design this element, why design the element and make it possible that people can bypass that element? Shouldn't it be the case that if they don't bring the fucking siege breaker to the siege engine, that you should then lose the ability to do the siege phase? Even in that case, rather than both teams lose it, that just like the soul jar of the soul jar in Deadlocked, which acts as a carry mission for a depository of souls that gets rewarded across your team, that instead it is the case that now the shield breaker goes to the enemy team, or that you're locked out of being able to cap for X amount of seconds or X amount of minutes, and that, let's say, 60 seconds, a minute. That for 1 minute, they have uncontested ability to be able to take the shield breaker from wherever it was or wherever it respawned, and now use it to try to cap your base? No, they didn't design it like that. You know why? Because they didn't have a gamer who played those games on board. Why? Toxic positivity. It was infinitely more important that he had people agreeing with things than having people giving opinions on things. Opinions that could end up being abrasive, but necessary. Does it mean that the game could never be good? Well, of course it doesn't mean that. But how many people are going to give them a chance? To the same degree of how many people were willing to give Mugenics a chance, and they realized, oh wow, Darkest Dungeon, but cats? Hell yeah, buddy!
Yep. I also don't agree with the whole notion that, like, you should have a pain tolerance for fucking games. That just seems so fucking weird to say.
Like, the idea that there are different kinds of games, and therefore people have different thresholds of enjoyment, is still saying you're basically having pain tolerance. Here, I will put the clip inside of the chat, and you can look at it on the side, because we already looked at it.
No, that's totally understandable. The one thing that... Thank you. The one thing that I looked at... I'll tell you what, I'll give you an example right now, because I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm having a conversation between Dax and Liam. between Dax and Liam, and how Liam doesn't really want to play PvP games anymore because he gets upset at players, and he cannot separate the fact that he will be mad at people, and he doesn't like being mad at people. And Dax interjects, kind of going like that. In his mind, he can't really rationale it that way, because he's like, I can separate the game and players. I can separate that, and how, like, yeah, they're annoying, but, like, I'm not gonna be, like, majorly upset at them, right? And Liam's just going like, well, I can't do that, and goes like, and it's Dax kind of having this, like, slight lapse of just like, well, I don't understand how that makes any sense, so on and so forth. So it's kind of them going back and forth. I'm just like, it's whatever at that point. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that you're actually speaking of right now. It's just that he doesn't have that high of a tolerance for the game, and nor should he really have this tolerance for the game. If he doesn't really want that tolerance for the game, that's fine. Admittedly, it kind of does make him look a little funny. I'll say that right now, but that's just how I'm kind of in agreement with Dax. Is like, that's probably a very weird thing to have.
Yeah, it's like what I was saying when you were away. I was talking about the idea of putting people together in a room, and you are effectively asking them to step away from the game for some reason. That is basically a level of tilt. Because sometimes I don't understand why people can only play 1 or 2 matches of something like Helldivers when they say they love Helldivers, but they're basically doing the equivalent of the brain dump tweet Miyamoto skit where it's like, oh no, I have weak control drift. Even though control drift is a myth, it is ridiculous that ever happens. But now I'm just going to casually pick up this new thing and replace it because it's completely not broken, even though I know that it is in fact broken. Like this is a question that you're asking people to have that you quintessentially don't really have a justification to ask it for. Now, developers and game designers and content creators, yes, they do in fact have to be justified in making the sense of the idea of having a pain tolerance. It should in fact be the case that they are expected to have that. And why? Because they're content creators. They play games for a living. I play video games for a living. I play video games and talk about them for a living. I not only play video games and talk about them for a living, but I rant about them for a living. And there are people who are willing to listen for a living. If a person can't be able to put in the effort and time to convince me to play a video game, or me doing the same for other people, vice versa, it might be the case that that person is bad at their job, and that game is so fucking toxically bad that they should just stop trying to make it a thing. Stop trying to make it fetch, and just accept that they're washed. That they're washed, that it's bad, that it'll always be bad, that there's no way they could be able to make it good because of the fact that it's bad, and accept that they shouldn't be asking for anybody else to put that level of investment into the game either. Because if they can't make it good, if they can't make it satisfying, if it's not something that is just begging for me to take it off the table and to play it till morning, noon, and night, it might just be the case that it's not worth the time or the effort. It's okay to say that. It's acceptable for that to be the case. Not every game has to be everybody's forever game. But you cannot come to me and my player base, and you cannot come to players like me and say it's our fault that a game sucks and that a game fails, when you can't even get the target audience to play the fucking concept. No, that's not fair. Since when have we ever allowed that to be the justification? Since when have we ever allowed that to be an argument? Since when has that ever been the case example of how we should negotiate how content is done during the times and places where it matters? The only reason that you could come up with is there are people who are really upset about it. And in them being upset, they decided to say that it's okay to blame the gamers and the consumers. So you turn around, instead of blaming the fact that the game can't hold my attention, you blame me by saying that I'm responsible for your failure. Somehow. Somehow, if you squint, if you really squint at it, and you look at it from the side, and you turn upside down, and after turning upside down, you put your head between your ass, like your name is Ace Ventura, you can, in fact, discover how it's somehow the gamer's fault. Too bad, it's still not my goddamn fault. having the tolerance to witness a game that is as bad as South of Midnight, for example, or in your case, Highguard and Marathon, for example, it does not now become my fault or my responsibility that I have to bring this game like an anchor in my spine and convince other people to play it. I am not the fucking ghost of Highguard's past. I am not the ghost of Highguard present or Highguard future. And I should not have to carry around an image of the gravestone that is your Steam chart or your Steam DB page that proves the case example that you can't even hold the attention of the modern audience, let alone the example of the Unkslop audience, who you said were dead and you didn't need to sell content to anymore. Figure it out! If you can't figure it out, maybe you need us in the first place. But I don't know. Maybe that argument is for the game designers, or rather the game journalists, than for the designers. But for the designers themselves saying that it's our fault that your game sucks, then that designer that basically rage quit social media after claiming that we're toxic and then saying all those toxic positive people, like the Mighty Keef, are responsible for making their time bearable, 8-Bit Closed Fist is responsible for making their time bearable. No, actually, it's the case that they're making your time worse. Because you can't be in the room with us when it comes to decisions we make about your video game, because your video game sucks! And rather than allowing us to help you make the video game not suck, you would rather blame me for your failures. Okay, blame me for your failures, but you can't be able to thank me for your successes should we save your content. I repeat the same thing that Scara said when both him and his friend Extra Emily and Lily Pichu came to Smite. It's not my job to save your dying game. It's not my job to save your dying game. It wasn't their job to try and save my dying game, or one of my dying games. You don't get to use this as a shield for criticism. That's gay! That's gay, nigga! That's gay! It is gay. It will always be gay.
To, insider industry people, instead of looking to what players want to play. People's problems with Marathon are various, from boredom in matches, from not finding players to shoot at, or not finding ammo to be able to shoot at players with. There's also cosmetic grievances with the character design, weapon design, visual effects, and the look of the user interface, so on and so forth. The point is that none of them are about the game being different. Also, where's the innovation? Again, it's just another extraction shooter. And that's fine, you're not going to hear me complaining about a game not innovating, I'm usually not that pressed on that kind of thing. What matters to me is if a game is fun. I don't care if I'm experiencing something revolutionary or an old idea more refined than what the competition offers. Let's just call a spade though, It's just another extraction shooter. There's no innovation here. And honestly, I have another thing to say about the argument in regards to a studio playing it safe versus trying something new. If what you're going to do instead of playing it safe is make something so insanely convoluted and visually off-putting like this, just for the sake of being able to completely separate yourself from the competition, then I don't know, man. I think I'd rather have you playing it safe. This is why Twitter is terrible for video game discourse, and yet it's there that most of it develops, and usually in short tweets like this. Here's the thing. Playing it safe has been the downfall of many studios before, where they had games with strong identities, visual and thematic, and then they began losing them by playing it safe to make their games more accessible to mass audiences. Also, mechanically, some games used to be more mechanically complex, and they lost that complexity in order to be more accessible to normies and shit. This has been the downfall of series like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and more generally speaking, studios like Obsidian and I believe Bethesda. And I say I believe because there's still a lot of people holding on to that last one, thinking that it's not cooked, and I don't have time to justify my point in this video by going over their gradual and steady decline over the past 15 years. But anyway, suffice it to say that criticizing studios for being boring and safe is something I often do. But this doesn't mean that I'm going to praise a game if what they come up with looks like ass. You know what I mean? I think morons like this guy, who, to be fair, I don't even know of, maybe calling him a moron is maybe a bit too strong. Maybe that's an L on me. My bad. Blame it on the French. But honestly, that's what that argument screams. It screams moron, because it's like you can only operate at two levels. Either you're for playing it safe, or you are against playing it safe. And so if the gaming company goes and makes a pile of shit, you're not allowed to criticize it anymore because, hey, look, they didn't play it safe. They made weird unconventional designs, so now you can't be negative about it. Same with Highguard last month. It's not a hero shooter like Overwatch. It's not an extraction shooter like Arc Raider. It's not a battle royale like Fortnite, it's not a standard military shooter like Call of Duty or Battlefield. It's something new that mixes all of this stuff together. So now, since you've been criticizing the industry for making the same games, you can't say anything bad about Highguard since it's different. Even if it is still the heavily flawed game that it is. What brain-broken mindset is this? Every time a studio makes a game that is not Call of Duty, I'm supposed to clap like a seal because they made something different than the market leader? Even if the game is bad? I'm sorry, but that's just a massive donk take.
There's so much nothing around. I don't need loot in every corner, but do you know what I mean? There's nothing.
But that's not even the worst one. We also got people like this roaming around and basically doing the age-old, if you don't got nothing nice to say, then say nothing at all. Quote, don't be that guy in chat. Marathon is a damn good game. Period. Don't like it? No worries, my guy. Just go do literally anything else besides subjecting streamers and an entire game studio to your negativity.
Pause. If I don't tell the developer that the game is bad, how do they make the game better? Literally from 0.4, this turnaround for Exile 2 when they fucked up the temples and the new mechanic that they involved in the game, to the point that they destroyed the economy. They ruined the economy. People didn't have a chance to actually engage in material content because, unfortunately, the amount of content that was available was based around the temple. They couldn't do the temples the way other people were doing them because they materially changed the physical design of it. In order to address that, they changed it back and reverted, but it was such a damage that once it came to its head, now that that server is fully down because they created Second Wind for the purposes of doing that, it is now the case that the Second Wind server was made to give people a fresh start, to basically have the chance to take advantage of something that other people would have been able to take advantage of. Very competitive to old school RuneScape and its many seasons and series that they've done very similar content, where the entire point was bringing people together so that they could play that video game, and they could be able to do so with their clans or with their friends, with whatever opening strategy they could use for whatever advantage and whatever content they thought was more important. For most streamers, that tends to be PvP. For some that are skillers, skilling to the maximum. And from some people who are bossing to the maximum. The same thing across various other games with various other involvements, whether it be PvP or PvE. This happens thousands and thousands and thousands of times in perpetuity. It is the case example that they need to have people talking back. Because if that weren't the case, then we wouldn't have the Hellwinders. And then with the Hellwinders, you wouldn't have the people who are now trying to make that entire case of the designers need to play their video game, Kappa. If the designers can't clear this content, why should we be asked to clear this content? And even though I highly disrespect the idea, because it's not based on an actual argument, it's being annoying as fuck. Saying, well, I can't sleep through the game, therefore nobody could do this content. It still belies the same ideal. And it still belies the same level of investment. You don't really want people trying to give you advice. You just don't want to hear them complaining. And hearing them complaining is not the same thing as them not having a point. I could say that the Hellwinders are complaining till my fucking face is blue. But there is kind of a point that if a archetype such as Plasma has a bullet that just simply stops functioning at 150 meters out, where another one in that same design continues infinitely across the map, it has to either be explained in the content, or it might actually be an oversight. Now, combining that together with complaining about things that are not bugs as though they are bugs, complaining about things that are strategies that are just you not liking how it's designed, that obviously does not come across the exact same way. But it does seed the ground for an argument. It does seed the ground to say that actually maybe we do kind of sort of have to give them a chance. Maybe it is the case actually that this argument for this thing that we're complaining about might actually be that busted. So we have to give them a chance and not just ignore them, because ignoring them wouldn't solve the problem. You'd make the problem worse. It'd make the problem more annoying. And if we decide that ignoring people is what we do here now, are they going to be willing to give our game a chance the next time we ignore them for whatever problem we consider is worth or not worth it? Certainly that's an argument that you don't want to put people onto the field of, because then if they decide they want to stop playing your game because you stopped listening to them, can you blame them? No, you can't. Because when you had a chance to listen, you didn't. Oh, you're not going to listen to what I have to say? Why should I play your video game then? Why should I give you money? Why should I convince my friends to give you money? Bye! Same thing over again. Ad nauseum. Like, decisions get made at this level. And if you're willing to make a business decision like that, to ignore an entire consumer base, well, they can choose to ignore an entire content base. We've killed games for less. All of us have. We have all killed a game studio in our mind and what they meant to us in our hearts for less. Does it hurt every time we do it? Absolutely it does. But we have standards. We are not going to be the loser nerd Poindexter who's going to get used and abused by the popular chick and told, oh, she actually just wanted me for the assistance to get a good score. She said that she liked me. Oh, dry your fucking tears. Go to the gym. Play a different video game. Find a girl that will accept your penis. Kappa.
Are you serious right now? Did we not just learn anything from what happened with Highguard? Did we not learn anything from that developer who wrote a whole essay on social media about his experience launching the game, where he exposed how the studio was heavily influenced by an environment of toxic positivity? Which is the exact same thing that happened to Concord as well. And now we got another dingleberry content creator talking about not subjecting the studio to negativity. Are these people brain dead or something? Are they legitimately this stupid? Do they seriously not understand that this isn't how the industry works, let alone the world in general?
The problem is that they don't understand how the industry works in general, but they also don't respect our place in that balance. I don't know if you think the same, but I know this in my heart of hearts as a person who went to CPSC. Many people do not realize the process that goes behind game design. They don't understand the cycles that it takes to get something to function off the ground, just in terms of code, let alone figuring out what actually works in content. They don't respect it. Put game in my hand. I don't care, put game in my hand. But it's not done, it's not finished, it's not tested. Put game in my hand. Okay, I'll let you play test it. Wow, this is garbage. Why would you ever give this to me? Same as it ever was.
Like, who the fuck does this woman think she is? To tell me what I can and can't criticize. Like, what do you think the server slam is for, sweetheart? What do you think Bungie did this for? What, for you to have content to make and talk about? It's to test the game. It's to get feedback. How about you just
Well, let's not be facetious, Decembro. They did it for both those reasons. It is in fact the case that when you have a loss leader, and your entire job is to try and get people onto the hype train, it is the fact that you can do both. The game is being put together not only to test whether or not it will be able to last the test of time, but also to give people a first impressions. Let them sell people on the concept. Now, of course, unlike when we did this with Monster Hunter last year, it is actually in fact the case that when we do it here with Marathon, it's got some baggage. It's got some baggage that is a part of the process of how they are doing the calculus on the game's benefits. And unfortunately, that calculus, that internal calculus, is a part of the problem, you see. They have to get people to be bought in to try the game. And by buying people in, you already have the idea that it's not popular enough to actually attract people on its own. Same argument works for Highguard. You have people that are playing it because it's viral. They're playing it because it's a new thing on the block. If it ends up hitting critical mass, they get to benefit from being first on the scene, an early adopter. If it doesn't, well, you just got an ass video game on your hand. And now that you got some ass in your hand, and it's not necessarily some ass that you can grab, what are you going to do next? In certain spheres, it appears that the answer they said for what they'll do next is they'll blame this on the game, rather than on the mentality of the people who are playing the game. Okay, how does that help them in the long run? Like, how does that get them money? How does that get them views? Even though you've given them your opinion, I don't know none of y'all motherfuckers. Your opinions are mud to me. So I can only trust my opinion, because that's the only opinion I'll trust at the end of the day. My own experience. But the opportunity of what you're showing off, you don't show off the content, you just play a video game and you're mindless chud? Really? Well, then why even try it in the first place? Isn't the goal not just as a broadcaster to get people to want to watch your coverage of the content, but to come to your viewpoint? Is that not what we do here? Persuasive arguments? I guess not, if that's what they're doing. Maybe I'm doing this job all the way wrong, Marcus. I don't know. Maybe what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to drag my balls over the screen and say, listen, bro, game in, game out. Just do what you want. Do what you feel. I don't know. I feel like I might make less money if I did that. I feel like people might disrespect my opinion more if I did that. I feel like I'm going to be letting people down if I did that. But, hey, the female woman on TikTok said do it. The female woman on Twitter was complaining and bitching about it and said do it. So I guess that ought to be what I do. Such a horrible mentality. It's such a horrible mentality. Because the people who end up paying the cost on this end, it's not the creator, it's the company. So what you're asking the company to do is to basically kill themselves for you. You know, do you realize how selfish it is? Certainly, we know, but they don't. They they have infinite money. They really think they think the business has infinite money. They think the business has infinite money. They think the business has infinite patience. They think that they got time to, you know, earn back the trust of the consumer, even though the consumer is no longer in the room listening. They really do think shit is sweet. You think that if they did that, why you guys still listen to them? And to that, chat, your guess is as good as mine.
Shut up and go play the game then, instead of coming up with restrictions that other people have to follow for your safe space online. I'll never understand this mindset. Like, some people really think that they can just dictate whether you should or shouldn't criticize a game, or what exactly you should say about it. I'll never even understand why they go on social media and seethe over what's being said when it comes to criticism. If the game is that good, then go play it. Why are you coping on the internet? It's free. You can literally play it for free right now. Go play it. Why are you on the internet coping? There was another guy, yes, a content creator, of course. It's this one on screen right now. He wrote a whole post with a lot of surface level shit that makes you wonder, how is it that these people even get partnerships and sponsorships when this is supposed to be like their job and the depth of their commentary is...
I love these ones. I love the content creators that basically have nothing to say about video games entirely and demonstrate the reason why I exist and why people like myself and Jay exist. Why do you feel like the game deserves this criticism? Don't you think the game is what the game is? Because the game is fun. It's a game, bro. You don't have to have these opinions about the thing you're talking about. That's the reason why they put the game together. You should just learn to have fun. Why can't you just have fun? I don't know. Why can't you pick their nuts in my mouth? Why can't they take their nuts out of their mouths? Why can't they stop kicking themselves in the shins? Why can't they just give me what I asked for? Why can't they give me what I want? Probably the same answer. But I know I wouldn't hear from them. Because toxic positivity doesn't allow them to have that criticism. Namely because if they were to criticize the game that way, they might not get a sponsorship. You know, in the business of repeating the talking points of an industry that is very much sold on trying to forget and turn their back on their former marketplace, I usually don't think that choosing to talk to people that are antagonistic to my worldview would be wanting to give me money if I happen to not allow them to sell their worldview to me, you know? Last I checked, blood-sucking, parasitizing creatures don't like it when I do things that work against their parasitic nature, you know? Have you ever heard or seen an animal walk up to you, Marcus, and be like, "Hi, I'm a Bavarian brain tick. If I intubate and gestate inside your brain for 5 months, I'll kill you and lay eggs in my young. But my homeland, sir, what do you mean? What do you mean you're okay?
I'm
but
good.
My
Bye.
young, but my young. Why would you let my people die?
I'm good. Bye, bitch. Fuck you. I hope you fucking rest in piss for the rest of your godforsaken life.
Why are you being Bavarian brain tick phobic?
Because I don't want that. It's the same reason why people try to sell, like, oh god, it's the same reason why every single time that I hear the takes of this one particular person, you've played with her before, this one particular person, she has the dumbest fucking takes in my mind, because it's like, she's just a fucking contrarian at the end of the fucking day, and I don't know why I interact with her to begin with, but it's just because she just unequivocally just takes the dumbest fucking road possible, and then thinks her worldview is universal. And then when challenged, she doubles down, triples down, quadruples down on it, because she can't fathom the idea that somebody is, like, having an opposing worldview. Or, not I shouldn't say, having an opposing worldview. It's just, it's just constantly that. So, the brain tick, the fucking brain tick shit that you're mentioning right here, right fucking now, that shit happens to me, and I'm just like, no, you're actually stupid for thinking that. And that you yourself behave like an absolute fucking moron when everyone else is having this slightly different opinion. And when you say the shit that you fucking say, it makes you sound stupid. And we try our best to fucking not behave like you're insane, but you're insane. So why do you behave like this if it makes you infinitely more hostile towards us?
I see. I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm not gonna guess at it right now. But I have a sinking suspicion.
You can
And is
DM
good
it.
with so much to grind. Game feels and plays great. Yeah, guys, never mind all the people making fun of the game's name being Marathon because of you having to run a literal marathon to try and find someone in the map to engage in PvP with. Game feels great and plays great, guys. Anyway, what else? Ah, yes. Skill tree has much depth to it. Getting Apex vibes while 3-stacking. Anyway, never mind. It's the final comment that he wrote that made me nearly spill my chungachino. Great game, Marathon. Ignore the hate. For some reason, this day and age, complain about anything that is not Call of Duty. That, ladies and gentlemen, was where I realized that we were dealing with a level 10 lobotomite. Never mind that we have a return of the old faithful. Hey, all this negative stuff? Nah, forget about it. Means nothing. Ignore it. The declining player base that, much like Highguard, is jumping in on day 1 and leaving on day 2, will totally hold up the game for you, even when it costs, $40 actually. But never mind all that, because it's the Call of Duty part that gets me. Call of Duty caught so much shit last year, it was actually glorious to see. And don't get me wrong, I know it's been getting dogged on for a good couple of years now, but last year was monumental, and we actually saw an impact when it came to the player numbers, because Battlefield 6 and Arc Raiders completely eclipsed the new Call of Duty. But we got people, more than one by the way, I've seen this shit several times. Even the burnt peanut is engaging in this dumb shit. We'll get to him in a second though. We got several people bringing up Call of Duty as if this is all a bunch of hate from Call of Duty players, like a targeted attack on Marathon from COD fanboys, or a total revisionism of reality where Call of Duty is being praised as this incredible franchise that keeps doing the same shit while everything else is getting attacked. But that's just not true. I don't even feel like argumenting against this point. Like, it's just not true. It's like coming up to me and going, "Hey man, the sun is green." It's like, "Okay, Grandpa, it's time for your meds."
Yeah. I think this might be a player. I don't know. Hang on. Stop! No, I'm getting sucked. He's sucking me. He's sucking me. I don't know. I think I'm done with this game.
Perhaps the biggest development in all of this, or at least the most shocking, is Burnt Peanut. Someone who really doesn't need an introduction these days, but I'll do it anyway since he's mostly popular on Twitch. So Burnt Peanut is a streamer who blew up during the height of Arc Raiders, and I mean blew up. He got crazy numbers to the point where people even accused him of view-botting, but if you look at the numbers, it appears that it doesn't show that. He quickly established himself, he mostly plays these games, and it's his funny reactions and role-playing as this hyper-peanut character that got him quite popular. Anyway, Guy surprised everyone by staunchly defending Marathon to the point of shilling. You see, it's not just that he enjoys playing the game, it's that he's making shit up about Arc Raiders launch, telling people to shut up if they don't like the game, and generally just not making sense with what he's saying.
The revisionist views I've been seeing coming out of him is the shit that I expect coming out of people like Katozi. It's what I expect coming out of people like Lyric. It's what I expect coming out of people like Ludwig. It's what I expect coming out of the gaming players that are a part of One True King and that entire conventionary connection network. It's the kind of shit you'd expect coming out of only the biggest shills whose money is linked to being basically locked into the game. Like, they cannot play anything else. They have to make their money on this type of shit. But he's not stuck in such a dynamic. He can literally just leave and play whatever the fuck he wants. But it is the case that he's making these arguments of his style, and it's leading him to very interesting places where he's getting criticism because of it. He's going to get into them in a second. But the thumbnail alone does not do its self justice. The level of dick hopping, the level of dick hopping this little nut's been doing, well, if he was a stripper, he would have made $500 by now.
Here's a clip.
If we keep dogging on new games, okay, what you're gonna have until you are 90 is Call of Duty 56, Halo 72. Okay, that's what you're gonna get. If you know what I'm talking about, everybody's like, "Oh, dude, it's the same game every year." Then don't start at day one when they try something new. Even if you don't like it, shut up. Shut the hell up. Let them work. Let them cook. Let them cook, or you're gonna get Call of Duty 96.
Let them cook? What was the development process, Peanut? The development process was the time to cook. That was the meal. That was the time to make the meal. They did the recipe. They cooked it. They served it. They were serving it as a test run for the launch of the restaurant. And it was ass, nigga!
And you wanna know what's worse? They fucking stole from the nearby McDonald's.
They stole from the nearby McDonald's. They stole fizzy lifting drinks, nigga! And they tried to rebrand them as Up Your Game! They tried to rebrand the thing they stole as something that is quintessential to their process! And it still sucks!
wild. Oh my gosh. Because, like, every single fucking time that I hear him, like I get it. Sure, it's probably a persona. I don't give a fuck. And the reason why you're going to blatantly say, oh, well, you guys just want the same thing over and over again. No, the fuck I don't. Because guess what? We're also criticizing the same fucking thing, too. The only reason why everybody is just absolutely dogging on Marathon is because, one, they've been caught stealing, not once, not twice, not thrice, 4 fucking times. 4 fucking times. Well, they have to finally now rein in and actually fucking do their job. And every single time that they have done it, they have failed miserably. So we are trying our best to give the advice. But then there are people like you who come in the fuck ass out of nowhere and just decide, well, if we're a bit more positive, you can make it sure that this game will actually go great. No, it won't. Because guess what? The heat system sucks. The fucking people that are actually playing this game aren't the same people that... These are Apex Legends players. These are Apex Legends Battle Royale players that are trying to get into the extraction shooter genre and are saying, I love tasting this oil that doesn't work for me. I fucking hate it. And you're trying it time and 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 time again, and we're witnessing that. We're witnessing it all over again. So, if we want to make it work, here's what we're offering. And when we give that offer, it is smacked out of our hand. We're told, no, you're wrong and you should feel bad. And then we are told that, hey, maybe, then we say, hey, just maybe, we should probably try and find a fucking compromise. Only for you to be bought out like the cheap fucking whore you are, Burnt Peanut, because that's what you are. You're a fucking blatantly, publicly shown off whore. I'm sorry, that's a bit rude on my part. But regardless, it's true that, hey, give the game a chance. And we gave the game a chance. The server slam was the proof. And everybody didn't like it. that was me getting absurdly upset at this fucking dumbass. Okay. Because he deserves to be absolutely lambasted for his behavior.
Okay. Don't let me stop you, King. My thoughts is that Burnt Peanut has never actually been tested as a good creator. He is a person who came from a niche, who was uplifted as an industry plant, because he is an industry plant. He looks exactly like and has the exact talking points and humor as all of the other fucking industry plants on Twitch, and is being put into a position of kingmaker to trick people into going in with his content because he had a certain amount of capital. Even if you want to say that capital came from Tarkov, he had a certain amount of capital that he had allegedly earned with art creators, and he has now expent that capital cashing out for Marathon. And now that people have seen him take the mask off, it's going to be very hard to put the mask back on. Even including the fact that he had accidentally already shown off his own face reveal as a part of content from the past. I already knew that he was a white man, but knowing that he is a white man with basic bitch opinions about content, yeah, you're auditioning to be in the new Hassan Piker friend connection. Nothing of value is going to be gained or lost with his involvement as creator.
Yeah. It's so fucking... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's just exhausting, I know. Boy, do I know.
What are you, retarded? So he... What are you, Down syndrome?
Bro, guys, you know, I'm being serious right now. Someone needs to check in on this dude. I think Sony whacked him and replaced him with a Bungie employee. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to tell when he's a peanut. Like, it's not his face. I think someone stole his peanut VTuber avatar outfit or whatever and is using a voice changer to shill for Marathon, guys. It's the only way that this can make sense. But on a serious note, this is nuts. No pun intended. Even if you don't like it, shut up. Like, brother, that's exactly how you get Call of Duty number 56. That's it right there. It's people shutting up and continuing to eat the slop. It's people seeing a game that they don't like coming out and keeping quiet about about what is it that they don't like. Then the game slowly dies and nobody knows what to make of it because there's no feedback, no criticism. Again, it's this delusional stance about people complaining about this because it's new. It's not because it's new, it's because it's bad. And then you want to know what else? Here's the kicker. Why did Highguard die? Really? I mean, it's still up, by the way. It hasn't gotten shut down, but given the player numbers, it's on life support. Why did the layoffs happen, though? Why did most of the development team get laid off? It's because management fucked up. It's not because gamers...
No, that's not really the final reason. It's not management fucked up. It was they overpromised and undersold. Now, of course, if you were so inclined, you could say it was in fact money and juice. But no, they overpromised and they undersold. They overpromised something. They did not have a true idea of what that was going to look like when they were going to make it function on its face later on in the process. And as a part of that process, they came up snake eyes. And they had to deal with the consequences of overpromising. And part of the consequences of overpromising was that they lost capital with the consumers. They lost capital with players. They lost capital with their business associates. They lost interest in trying to keep it going. Because that's exactly how you get a business that immediately pulls its dollars out of the company. There's no other reason why they would do that. And why they, I mean Tencent. They pulled the money out of the game. If they saw the vision to support the game, why would they pull the money out of the game? That doesn't make sense. If they don't have faith in the product, and they're pulling it out because they have seen, as they reported, they no longer trust that they have the capacity to do it for the game, that does make sense. It does make sense that they would pull their money out of that opportunity. Because it shows us that they know the thing that they're asking for can only be delivered in a certain way. And the thing that they're asking for is for you to put your trust and faith in them. Trust and faith, ideas and opportunity, chances to convince you. All this shit and more. You had something you wanted to say?
Yeah. I was going to save this for when we got over to 2xKO, but I think it's now a poignant time to mention this. So, about Highguard, specifically, because it's what we're talking about. I was informed, even though I know this is a blatant fucking lie, that quote, and this is from the friend that I mentioned. This is from the friend that I mentioned, so be aware of this take. Most people at the beginning of a game's inception, when it's on market, get laid off.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna let that sit there for a minute. People that work there at the game dev studio get laid off when the game is finished. I want everybody to look within themselves and think, what doesn't make sense about that sentence? Because I think, Carl, you'll instantly recognize that.
I can't answer this question because I already know the answer. I know all four of the answers, but there's only two applicable ones that make sense. And then all the other ones don't make sense.
Yeah. This was mentioned in kind to both Highguard and 2xKO, by the way. Which made me laugh my fucking ass off. I had to hold back my laughter because that was the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. That's what I mean by the way, when I say that this person has extremely bad takes.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I mean. So go ahead and give your answers.
You're asking the audience or you're asking me?
I'm asking you.
Both?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So there's four kinds of situations where you have people being released as a game is going to market. and being put forward. One is that a marketplace is resetting. The market cap is resetting. And the ability of offering people the opportunity to be in the content comes as a direct result of their actual investment and the opportunity cost for the business. So, first example is that everyone's laid off because they were brought together for one reason, to make the game. They're being paid in royalties. Since all work is done on the game, there's no need for them to be around. So they're going off into their own directions, or they are being put off of this one project internally so they can be reassigned to another project internally at a company. So, our team working on Battlefield, they work on a part of Battlefield that requires a lot of the startup capital to get going. They succeed at delivering the product internally or externally. They get laid off from that project team, or rearranged and reassigned to another product team. So let's say a team working on implementing, this is hypothetical, a team working on implementing EOMM into Battlefield 6 succeeds at that job, and they then get reassigned onto game assets and upcoming content. That's one example. Another example is that a team is being downsized, as we're already seeing. When a team overpromises and underdevelops and undersells, the money and operational cost has to be recouped from somewhere. If it isn't coming from the sale of the product, it has to come from the payroll and the slicing of budget. Obviously, you can use the cutting of Highguard as an example, but I think a more prudent example recently, which is one of the more acceptable answers to this question, is Ashes of Creation, otherwise known as Taxes of Evasion. Because Sharif, effectively, tricked not only in customers, but also employees into funding a indie project that might have started out as a future tense idea of what an MMO could be, but at some point between being put on Kickstarter, going to market on Kickstarter as a crowdfund source, and then taking the money from Kickstarter, making it into a real product with real deliverables and real content to be played, and going into early access on Steam, became a scam. And in everyone getting laid off, it was revealed to be the case that monetary problems were still happening behind the scenes that were not communicated to the consumers. That if they had been communicated to consumers, they would not have put in their money in the marketplace in the first place, thus rendering it a scam. Meaning, it's a traditional rug pull, as it were. And just like with the crypto rug pull, they are laying them off as a way to try and recoup the overhead and to try and maximize cost, or rather maximize sales from the reduction of cost. In the case of Wildlight, they had 100 people on staff. Do you need 100 people on staff to make this kind of slop video game? You do if you're making it by committee. Multiple oversight boards, too many people in the kitchen, not enough people willing to get in the sink and wash the dishes. And so you end up with some people who end up as big losers and big winners. The guy that was going out of the door with Highguard when he wrote his take, he was one of the big losers. Writing about people with the golden handcuffs industry being tied to a concept that they hate, but they have to produce because the industry demands they must produce more and more and more. It can't work the way it describes. There has to be consequence. Then, of course, if somebody puts something out to market and they slash most of the people from their team, it could be the case that that team that was a part of that product, just like in the first answer, were no longer necessary for the development of that process. But rather than being reassigned they were let go because they were always brought on to be the startup for what creates the critical mass engine. If you have a data asset team, if you have a systems construction team, they do all the time and all the effort and all the job to get the money up and going. They get the process done, and at that point, their part of the contract has been completed. They are then laid off with a severance package. That's one way. But then, of course, when you see the kind of massive concurrent failures we see here, the only other third way that a team gets slashed on the budget is when you make an emergency skeleton crew. You remove as many people from the project as possible so that those people can be eternally reassigned to other projects or find other work in the media field. I keep saying it from the viewpoint of the industry, so internal reassignment. You work at Ubisoft, they make you make Ubisoft. They make you make Ubislop games. You can't make the real passion project you want. They move you from one slop game, so at year 1 through 5, you're a part of Assassin's Creed. Then they move you around. You're a part of the same team that's trying to work with EA and DICE to deliver the Battlefield franchise on their EA Play Origin. Year 7 through 9, after year 5 and 6, you get reassigned to the Rayman team, even though Rayman as a franchise is technically dead. Then from 10 to 15 years, you get reassigned to upstart video games that sound like they'll have a lot of potential. Some do, some don't. And what you get left behind with is a skeleton crew that keeps the game up and running off of fumes to monetize as much money as possible. For Honor, Mordhau, Tribes of Midgard, Battleborn before it died, and they keep the servers alive because there are people who still play the video game. It doesn't take that much money to run the cost of the server. And what cost that they have for it, even if this game is a loss leader, they have something else that's a part of this company's escrow that pays for it. So in the terms of Smite 1 and Smite 2 paid for the development. It probably still does. I don't know if the game still actually exists or not. For the development of Paladins. So, even if Paladins didn't make money off of its skin sales directly, the skin sales made from Smite 1 and Smite 2 did. It subsidized it. And if you have something subsidizing something like that, you have the ability to pay whatever the fuck you want. Even be able to do it as a part of the developmental process for another video game existing. So, Warframe, and how much money they make off of Prime sales, and data sales, and skin sales, and special founder packs, the same argument you can make for Path of Exile, it funds the development of the video game moving forward. Not just Warframe, but Soulframe. And then Soulframe has its own system. Path of Exile 1 and 2 development is directly supported by supporter packs. You pay $500, you get effectively the bonus of $1,000 of point value, because it can be used across both companies. But laying them off at the same time of doing that doesn't make sense. But it does in the sense of something like Blizzard. Blizzard running Heroes of the Storm on a maintenance patch. Them running For Honor on a maintenance patch. Them running, if Half Sword isn't a single player game, which I think it is. Half Sword is the one that's like very much sword play video game, medieval sword play.
Yeah.
If it was ran as a multiplayer game, they could run that shit on a development patch, especially if it was something that only had people come onto the project to try and blow it up bigger. One that comes to mind definitely is Battlerite. Remember Battlerite before it died? Games started behind a $40 paywall. Then they made it free to play. And obviously, from going from a team that could easily develop something for people who are playing with the investment money that says that they want to be there, to something that is being made free to play. So now you have to support all the server costs and all the investment of these people playing the video game. Battlerite. Battlerite, struggler. Battlerite.
I think that was.
I guess it was probably. Maybe it would have been. I don't know. Just in case that it wasn't. My job to inform people. If you bring somebody on with something like a Battlerite, and you go from a paid product to a free-to-play product, you have to be able to support that content. But if it gets to the point that they can't actually float the cost of it, you will have to put people onto it as a skeleton crew in order to keep it running. Reassign them, move them around, put them onto some type of project to get the money going. Hell, that's already what they've been doing inside of fucking Riot Games. That's what they had to do with Hytale. They cut Hytale out of their budget because they couldn't be able to develop it while developing all the other bullshit they're doing. like their MMO or 2XKO and fucking Legends of Runeterra and fucking the Auto Chess Battler and the various different informational sources of gameplay and custom modes being added to League alongside the changes being made to Summoner's Rift as a design. You still have to have people retained on that budget. And certainly if you try to cut people from the budget in that way to make them a part of a retainer team, you still have the consequences that come with that. Which is obviously, they're not as agile. They can be more agile than a 100-man team making decisions quickly, but they don't have this infrastructure to support massive changes. Any one change is going to be the equivalent of talking about a world developing balance patch, basically. The kind of development that would be brought by Path of Exile patch after a balance patch and a new expansion update. It's the kind of shit that they did here for Diablo 2. One fucking character and like additional rune words and items and uniques and set uniques. That to them is like, well, bro, it's a new game, but it's really not. So those are realistically the answers. But what were you looking for, Marcus?
Sorry?
The original question. You asked us what were these answers. Where was the question going?
Where I was going with this?
Yes.
Oh, 1 second. Hold on. Let me turn my audio. Let me turn this audio down because this is mega loud. The reason why I mentioned this is because that kind of like saying that like, oh well, the devs teams always get cut off. It's like, no, the fuck it doesn't. This isn't a thing. And if it is a thing, and we're just learning about it now, that's abhorrent to learn. Why are we? Like, seriously, that... Like, again, this doesn't seem like it's a likely thing to be happening. This seems more like you're... I feel like it's cope. And the reason why I mention it, because specifically of, it is very specific to Highguard and both 2XKO, because I don't want to jump ahead in the content, but saying that it is definitely saying that, like, it's telling to me that either A, she doesn't give a fuck, or that or she's trying to display an opinion, but that opinion doesn't make any sense. So I think she just wants to say shit to say shit.
Uh-huh.
If that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
And that's the part that bothers me. It's that you're jumping into a conversation where you have no stake in the claim of it, unless you yourself just want to hear yourself talk.
Uh-huh.
So, pardon me for entering into that, but that just made me, the way I am.
Oh, no problem.
This woman is making me, like, very much so radicalized by her actual, like, idiotic behavior.
Mm-hmm. Alright, was that the only thing you wanted to ask?
Yeah, that was it. We can continue, because I'm going to sprinkle in my commentary, of course.
Over.
Shut it down on day one because they saw something new. This is cope. This is such low IQ cope that it genuinely sounds like this dude is being paid to shill for the goddamn game, and he's just panicking because he's got nothing positive to say about it. So all he can do is scream random comedy boy nonsense, which is what usually happens because obviously nobody's expecting actual analysis from a peanut character. But if we...
Yeah, that is actually the case. He is being paid to play the video game, so he's doing the thing that many people believe streaming is, which is be loud, be obnoxious, and be a fucking retard, instead of actually having an opinion. Because if he has an opinion that is negative, oops, there goes my audience! He is very much playing to the audiences. He's very much playing to the home crowd. That has always been the case.
Very hostile, too.
Yeah, it's always been the case. People can say the same thing about me, as are the hate watchers who are still hate watching, with them being angry that I have an opinion against the Birdman, the same way that I have an opinion against the behavior the Birdman's doing. It is not my job to try and win over, quote, the anti-woke audience. I do not need to, and I do not want to pander to a anti-woke audience. I say what I say because it's right. Excuse me. I don't know why the fuck seaweed's making me burpy. It is the case that they do, in fact, want this to be something that gets you to feel like you must agree with it. And I don't agree with this kind of behavior. Nobody should. It's very annoying.
If we were to drop the whole peanut gig for a second and look at things objectively, what happened with Highguard was toxic positivity led this studio to spend money that they did not have on a game that did not work. Then the game comes out and they not only desperately needed the numbers to be great, but they even expected it because again, they had all of that toxic positivity making them believe that they had struck gold. Then the opposite happens, the game doesn't resonate, and it keeps gradually losing more and more players. 90% in just about 4 days, and then about 97% in the following 2 weeks. Then they got nervous and laid off a bunch of people, most of the developers on the team, putting out this really grim signal that the game might be dead, which in itself also only went to make things even worse because then what players want to stick around and grind the game or spend money on skins for something that they suspect is going to be shut down soon? That's some bad business, a brutal conclusion to a game that honestly had even more potential than Marathon in my view, at least according to my tastes of course, because with Highguard my complaints was that it took too long to get to the fun part, and then when you got to the fun part, the round would reset and you would be back to horse riding and crystal mining. With Marathon, I'm all the way out. I already uninstalled the server bash or whatever, and I will definitely not be buying the final game next month for $40. Like, I'm just out. I don't care. I'm not going to be doing analysis for it. I'm not going to be doing videos tackling criticism with my own views on the gameplay like I did with Highguard. Like, I'm just out. Extraction shooters are already something that are not my thing. It was Arc Raiders that showed me that they can be my thing if they're done in a way that I enjoy. But Marathon is giving me zero appeal, zero reasons to stay. Now let's get back to that part of Peanut's assessment. If the game sucks...
Something that's very important to analyze there. He just said he'd give them what they claim that they want. Don't talk about the game. You don't have nothing else to say. But what does that do? It creates a vacuum. Certainly somebody else will fill the vacuum, and they'll give opinions about the game. But not only is he not buying the game, he is now telling you he is going to act like it doesn't exist. That's a customer you can't win back, bro. You guys fucked it. You fucked it. He doesn't want to be in. And now, because he doesn't want to be in, you won't be able to convince him, and anyone watching him won't be convinced either. How much opportunity cost did he just wipe out of your deficit? But of course, that's not what you actually want. You want him to say nothing, as in he just stops talking about it at all at a single point in time. You want him to basically start saying nothing without investment. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. No.
Sucks at launch, and much like Highguard, it ends up getting shanked in the prison shower in like 2 weeks. That's not the player's fault for complaining about what sucks about it. That'll be Bungie's fault for spending God knows how much money on development that it makes things untenable to maintain. Even though, since they're charging $40 up front, I don't think that's going to happen. The fact that it happened with Highguard was crazy enough to see. I'm still in disbelief right now as to what happened there. Like it was an atomic bomb. I wasn't counting on that shit at all. I thought the game would just exist as a mid-little generic shooter. Whew, okay, so anyway, are we good here? Can we stop the cope that players are doing this shit? And can we also stop pretending as if Call of Duty... Can we stop pretending that this is a thing? That there's these two games, and you can either choose to play garbage that's not Call of Duty and support it, or in the future, all you have to look forward to is Call of Duty.
Let them cook or you're gonna get Call of Duty 96! I'm not letting with Call of Duty 96!
Here's how you get rid of Call of Duty as it is. You stop fucking buying it. You don't buy it. You don't stream it. You don't even get it for... You don't even go, hey, guys, the new Call of Duty is out, guys. We're gonna play the new Call of Duty, guys. You don't even do that. You just don't buy it. And you shit on it. You shit on it from such a height that the Activision leads will think that God himself is shitting on them. That's what you do to get rid of Call of Duty as it is. There's no binary here. You don't either have games like Marathon or games like Call of Duty. You can get good shit instead, brother, okay? You can advocate for better. Let's move on now.
Even if you don't like it, shut up! Shut the hell up! Let them work, let them cook!
Brother, what are you talking about in this line as well? Like, no, you want better games, you need to have open channels of communication. If you can't handle the heat, then you need to get out of social media. That's the same advice I have for that girl content creator from earlier. You guys can just play the games if you don't want to deal with the negativity. You guys don't have to come out on social media and join the sea of shit that's going on. Like, that's what Twitter is. It's...
Unfortunately, he can't. This is a little bit of a naive take to have, because actually he can't. He has to engage. That's a part of this job. And I say that because the problem of social content is that because he's on Twitch, he has to know what's going on Twitter. Because it loops back to his material for the day. You could very much say in the same case of how I do content that covers YouTube and Twitch and drama and what I think and the games I play in the games I'm playing with the people I'm talking to, who may be involved in drama themselves. He can't get away from it because it's a part of the engine that makes his career possible. He is locked there. Me? I'm not locked there. My career isn't dependent upon Twitch. It's just dependent upon me. YouTube is a platform. I could take that content anywhere, but on the ClearNet, this is the most accessible point to start from. And then I can expand from there. It is what it is at the end of it. But for the Peanut, he can't leave there. His content isn't dependent on YouTube. He could put his VODs on YouTube, obviously. But if you're going to the Burnt Peanut YouTube channel, you're already bought into what he does on the live broadcast. One doesn't necessarily serve to fund the other, basically. And at the highest of his height, he's a personality streamer. His content isn't made from what he's telling people. He's not teaching you how to play the game and how to be better. He's not telling you how to get to the Goopa. He ain't trying to tell you how to get to the Goopa. No. His entire job is calling people slurs on air and saying shit that puts people on his channel. That is it. That's not useful. That's not insightful. Change the game that he's playing, and his entire personality falls flat, if it doesn't already. Remove the gameplay and his personality falls flat. Because what is he doing? Talking about people who are topical, talking about things that are topical. Without the game, he just has himself. And you're not watching the Peanut just for the Peanut. I can promise people are not doing it just to watch him. They might be doing it to watch some people around him. They might be doing it to watch some things that are relevant to him, but they're not just watching him for him. They're not putting it in the background and just listening to his voice. No. Because you need to be physically involved. He's playing a video game. The reaction of what he's talking about is literally based on his reaction to what's on his camera feed. Without watching the camera feed, you're just listening to a guy talk and be loud in your ear. Do you usually like listening to somebody being loud and boisterous in your ear? Certainly, if you have a friend group of retards, yes, you do. But are you going to engage in parallel play while listening to your broadcaster without engaging in the gameplay you're doing on camera? If so, then maybe he needs to just open a podcast. But, I can tell you, the audio and visual portion of the SinglePlayerCarl stream doesn't require to be looking at the camera and seeing what I'm doing in the video game that I'm currently playing. But, should you want to enhance yourself with any of the visual gags that might be happening as a bit of the content, it actually is the case that it can work with or without it. And that's just how it works. You know why? Because I have not just my personality, but knowledge, which I wish to depart. Which also includes my opinion. I have better opportunities to demonstrate my personality than his personality. Could you say that both of us are annoying at the end of the day? Yes, you could. But you can't say that I'm bought and sold. And that's itself a selling point.
It's a sea of shit.
It was just disgust, and that's what I'm feeling right now. That's, you know, you may say you're going too far with you, bro, but it's the truth. These are just horrible. I mean, horrible.
If you don't want to get dirty, you don't take a swim. If you got people coming into your chat and telling you that the game sucks, that's life, my brother. That's the price of your success. I bet a lot of people out there would much prefer to deal with a couple of retards in a chat while making your money instead of dealing with their bosses. So there you go. You are streaming, some retard comes in, Marathon sucks, it's the worst game, it's a shit game, Marathon, why are you playing Marathon, Peanut? The game's, it is what it is. That's life, okay? You chose this path, and it's like me. I chose this path. There's gonna be people writing in the comments that I'm retarded, is what it is. And they're right. It's never a good idea to tell people what to say or what not to say. It's not a good idea to tell people to shut up just because you don't like what their feedback is. That's number one. And number two, like, what do you even mean let them cook? The bulk of the game is already there, dude. It's an extraction shooter. It looks the way that it looks. It plays the way that it plays. There's nothing that can be done about that. No amount of cooking is going to change these elements that people are complaining about, and making them think that it is and they should, you know, spend their $40 anyway and wait for it to happen is misleading. Really, there's only one type of person that benefits from this whole idea about, you know, just shut up and let them cook or whatever. Only one type of person benefits from this, and it's content creators. The developers don't benefit at all because they're not getting the feedback. If their player base goes down, they're not going to know why. Just gonna sit there like, geez, Steve, why are we bleeding players? I mean, there's been no feedback. Everybody just seems to be happy. It's not good for players either.
Technically, that's not true. They'll be able to go onto the timeline and find out what people are going to say about the video game. But the problem is, are they going to be able to trust the opinion? Anybody can say anything about the content that you choose to consume. That doesn't mean that people are going to listen to it. And the ultimate problem is that they need to have the ability to trust the feedback. Because then how else will they know that the game is in fact bad? And unfortunately, the only way that they can know is the same way that they have right now. Shills. Market shills. Whose job it is to write about a video game. But guess what? They went the way of the dodo. They got replaced by AI. So, am I going to trust an AI machine to tell me what I know intrinsically about a video game? Fuck no. But am I going to listen to a shill who's been bought and sold? Fuck no. So it looks like you're in a rock and a hard place. Well, I guess you shouldn't have said that your consumer base was dead, bro. Maybe then you'd have people in which to review your content, bro. Sucks to suck, bro.
Because obviously we like to express ourselves, so only one person gains. It's content creators who don't have to deal with people coming into their chat and going, hey, this game sucks. Obviously that's not very good.
Technically, they don't even benefit. Because the only kind of person who benefits from that is a certain kind of streamer. And that's a cozy streamer. And you can see where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, I can.
Like, really think about what we're talking about here. We're talking about a type of person who benefits from attention economy. Who's most likely to love the fact that someone's giving them something to engage with? A reaction that they can have an emotional response or give the opportunity of an emotional response towards. The guy whose entire content lives and breathes on the reactions and the comments he's getting in his video, on his broadcast, on his live stream. The nappy-headed asshole who lives in the South, who loves to talk about content in games, from the position of somebody who works in the industry, both as a voice actor, but also as a content creator, and also as a developer, but would rather take the position of the person who can sell the bridge between the consumer and the business, or the small, ooh-woo soft girl who plays video games, wants to not be inundated with the drama of other people's audiences, and says, please, no drama. I have my opinion and you have yours, and we can learn to settle our differences other ways. Ooh woo. Who's really most likely to love this level of engagement and hate this level of engagement? Trick question. We already know the answer. The first two would love this. Why? Because that's what makes the content possible. Why else would people show up to listen to my opinion and listen to KinoFlex? Why else would people show up to hear my opinion, period? Why else, by relevancy, would people choose to watch my daily output? Or see anything that I have to say that is new on a topic or a subject matter? Why else would somebody tune into Peanut's stream? Why else would they exist to do anything at all that could be of use and benefit to him? To claim otherwise is to be a retard. To claim otherwise is to be a retard. You are defining yourself as a retarded person who doesn't think before they speak. Is that a crime? Of course it's not a crime. But it feels like it should be, because now you're inundating me to your bullshit. You're forcing me to hear your opinion, which is wrong, that starts from a false premise that does not reflect the reality of what actually goes on in the business. And then, you are asking me to give you the permission to continue wasting my time while you say things that are not true. That could have never been true because you intrinsically do not understand what is at cost and what is at stake. All because it comes from a viewpoint of, you have your opinion, I have mine. Why can't we learn to get together and see along? Because there's no way you could see from where I am because you don't have my unique life experience. Or my unique backstory, or my history with the content. The same reason why people would choose to tune into one news pundit, or one talking head, versus another. Do they like them? Do they like their take? Do they like the personality in which they deliver the information with? If yes, 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 and yes, why the fuck would they listen to me? And yet, the person who actually doesn't want that kind of engagement would be the cozy streamer. Because the cozy streamer isn't trying to say that people can't have their opinion, and that they can't have their content, and that they can't have their product. It's that they don't have to hear about it. It is the case that that cozy streamer wants to be able to have an environment where people can have their own opinions, and if they choose to agree or disagree, that's fine, but you don't have to do it on camera. You don't have to go into their chat room and force your opinion onto their screen. And by that I mean, you go there and you're saying shit so that it can be captured on a broadcast, so that it can then be clipped for content on YouTube. This is unironically a thing people do on Twitch. They do it to go viral. Because like accounts such as Awkward40k, maybe he wants to stir some shit up. So he goes out of his way to find the most toxic, most viral moment of a broadcast, to put it on camera, to then use that as a bit of promoting whatever drama is currently entering the news cycle. For whatever drama content creator it may be in reference to, or whatever content it may be in reference to. A cozy streamer would not want that environment, because they're a cozy streamer. They already know what their audience goes to them for. It is to relax. It is not to be in a flame war. So why the fuck would the two people who, while chaos is a ladder that they will be willing to climb, if I say, I'm not going to get into this kind of content all the time, but on shit that it's worth, I will put my foot in your ass, and I will show up, versus the guy who's always doing that content, because he wants them to be all up in the business, why would you ever compare that answer and say that that's how that works? That is something that only a retard could say. As in someone who's not from here. A person who doesn't understand this job. And certainly there are lots of retards that don't understand broadcast because they're doing it as a hobby. They're not doing it as a job. And that's okay too. But, you know, when I have a casual, when I'm dealing with a type of person that could be considered and equated to a type of tourist, I don't usually go to them to tell me how I ought to do things in my life, no? I don't go to non-parents for parental advice. I don't go to non-gay people for where's the best place to hook up with a gay person. Or gay people to go talk to a straight person on where I can best meet a woman that I could marry as a partner. Or to non-transgenders for a place in which I can hook up and troll for attention in the park. I gotta make sure I gotta be inclusive, Marcus. I gotta be inclusive. Everybody has to get roasted equally, okay? I am an equal opportunity asshole. It is the case that we know why we do what we do. We know in the business why we choose to go to consumers. You need people who actually eat the product, so you know how to review the product. And unfortunately, we're still in the time period that still has the carryover of the alleged gamers don't have to be your audience bullshit. But certainly that's going the way of the dodo too. They can't be able to justify ignoring all of us forever, because it becomes a horrible effect. Can you truly be able to ignore all these people in existence and say that they're just a bunch of deplorables who have nothing to tell you, nothing of interest to say? Ooh, that's a lot of enemies. Nothing to tell you, nothing of interest to say, to the point that they just might as well be irrelevant to you as an amoeba? No, they do in fact have something to say. They do in fact have something useful to do. They do in fact have time in which to take it in. They do in fact have an interest in the way they wish to do it. But unfortunately is the case that we're dealing with people who are effectively mental fucking midgets. And so since they've never been challenged with their viewpoint and their opinions, it is the case that they are inundating us with takes that can only be considered the equivalent of, please, stop making fun of my son. He has a special hobby. It's just for fun, bro. Please. Well, unfortunately, Little Simmy said that he's the king of Kaibosh that lives on Fuckshit Mountain. And I need to remind him that there's a new troll king in town. And it's not him. When it was Minnesota Burnsy, when it was the era of the quest of hate mail, we didn't have these problems before. This is new problems from old problems that have old solutions. But we can't use those solutions, because that's mean and toxic and rude. So it's the case that you are dealing with this shit this way, because you don't have the ability to address those simple concerns. Oh well. Wouldn't want to be a chud, would we?
Good, if Bungie comes to you and, wants to sponsor a stream where you play Marathon, and you can't because your whole goddamn fan base is going, yo, dude, come on, play something else.
I mean, in that case, Decembro, that would be the case that that streamer doesn't actually have an audience. They are controlled by their audience. They have people who are their pay pigs. And in order to keep them happy, like a woman, unironically, literally, like female streamers, they have to put a certain amount of skin and a certain amount of content on the camera in order to keep them there. Because otherwise, why the fuck are you trying to complain to the broadcaster about what they should do about their content? It's their content. Like I've said before, the way that I view content creation is, at least the way that I view content creation now, is that I'm giving everybody the opportunity to come along with me and to dig into the shit that I would like to cover live on camera. I'm giving you the chance to hang out with me in my house, daily. As though I am Carl, and I live in my house. And that when you can go out there for Carl in the streets, you would instead, in fact, find Carl at home. And where you could find those journalist opinions, you don't have to do that! But unfortunately, as is the dynamic of such people who find themselves locked to their audiences like this, like Hassan Piker, it is the case that you cannot find Hassan in the street, and you have to find Hassan at home, because Hassan will never be out in the streets doing that content. Because we know what happens when he does. He gets embarrassed. He hates his fan base. He hates his audience. I don't hate my fan base. I don't hate my audience. There are certain people in my audience that I probably would criticize, but as I've already revealed over the years, the people who were there in my audience before, that did the shit that they did, were not actually there for me. They wanted to transform me into a proxy for their opinions. They wanted to turn me into that facsimile of a creator. That I'm scared about who's around me and who I have involved in my content, that they can basically bully me into allowing them to say things like slurs, and creating an environment that is a hovel for their viewpoints. Because I won't have the ability to say, I have my own opinion, because they literally pay money in order to do that. And if things had continued in that way, then I would not have the ability to be Carl, because Carl wouldn't be allowed to have an opinion. It would have to be the opinions of Carl's as expressed by the chat room. And when you get to that point of captive audience, your opinion isn't worth anything. Because you're literally only saying what they want to hear. Does that mean that the audience can't be right occasionally? Yes, it can. No, it's not wrong. But it is not what you came here for. Assuming somebody came to hear my opinion, they can't get my opinion if I'm too scared to say my opinion in front of people who would otherwise take money from me and punish me for not repeating their talking points. So you end up right back in the same fucking situation. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Because that's the real reason why the industry isn't moving forward. The shills that they keep paying to shill the games, they don't change their opinions. And their opinions are antithetical to the marketplace. They don't move the needle. They don't get people to spend their money. Like, you think paying for ad sponsorship for Grounded 2 from Asher Roboto is going to get more people to play Grounded 2 or Grounded the Fully Yoked Edition? Argumentatively, you could say, well, yeah, we know that our reviews aren't fake. But look, put this in the viewpoint of the entire business. Yeah? You have thousands of people faking their numbers. Thousands upon thousands. Because broadcasters now are a dime a dozen. Not streamers, broadcasters. People who just have a channel and it's running. Who do you decide gets your money? Who do you decide gets the deal offer and gets the sponsorship? Clearly you're going to do it based on who is going to give you the best views and the best coverage. So you give it to the shill, and all of a sudden, the shill's opinions continue to be dog water. They can't move the needle on fuck. And the more that you ask them to, the more incapable they are to actually get the opinion that you're looking for. Is it because of the shills, or is it because of the fact that they don't actually have opinions, and thus they can't really give you what you came for? Whatever the answer is, you still have nothing to show for it on the surface. So you might as well say, yeah, I actually have nothing to show for it. Actually, no, I did waste my money. And that's a hard conversation that nobody in the business wants to really have. Because that's the real problem with the industry right now. The business has to deal with fake viewers and fake numbers and fake broadcasters that are stealing partnership sponsor deals. Stealing them out of their hand. And when I say stealing, I mean that they can't make money off of them. They're offering them a 7/30 revenue split where the rest of us have 60/40 or getting 50/50, rather than some platforms that might do 90-10, which I know Kick does 90-10, but we're talking about original classic contracts. They're stealing from them, saying that they have better views than others. Carl, would you spar with me? I don't know. Where are we throwing hands? You have a case where you have people with views that are stealing from this heightened trail of cash. And alongside all of the fake views that they're getting, and then the real contrarianism from those real views that they're getting, excuse me, it is the case that in the history of their problem, they are still continuously forever inundated with a reaction that makes them look like fucking idiots at the top of the quarter. Because unfortunately, no matter what they fucking say, no matter what they fucking do, no matter how they try to make the case to the people, it is the case that they continue to get embarrassed on the top end of the content, where they don't have a result, and they don't have a response, and they don't have an explanation for why their content sucks. Because the people who are supposed to go to them and give them that viewpoint, they had to steal somebody else's audience to get there. Steal as in they had to fake their numbers and they had to fake it till they could make it. But it's still theft anyways. That's how the business sees it. They see it as theft. Because they were told that these were real people. And unfortunately, the real people aren't in the room. Sucks to suck. This is the shit you all niggas paid for. Might as well take it.
Speaking of other games, there's another clip where he says this thing that is on screen right now. Quote, "Shut up, this happens with every game. The game you're telling me to go play, Arc Raiders, you literally did it to as well."
This game is gone.
That's revisionist. There was no such hate on Arc Raiders. There was never such a hate on Arc Raiders, ever. Arc Raiders was given a chance to actually flourish and develop its culture naturally. That's why, when I did what I did when I covered this, and you all know this if you're a watcher of my channel, because you watched me cover it historically. They started out just having fun with each other. Then, the sweats started forcing content on new players, or on people who were unsuspecting and just wanting to chill. Saying, why are you playing a game where people can get killed with a PvP? Why are you complaining? Go play Helldivers! Go play Helldivers! And it's now the case, months removed from the Bungalator War, removed from the Hutchinson War, removed from the clanning, removed from that content, removed from that drama, that they have now removed PvP feats from the game. The only excuse and reason that I say excuse, but justification, mechanic, that would have actually explained why you are killing people in the first place. Marcus left. Why you're killing people in the first place. And it's the case that if this is exactly what was happening, then why would people be saying the things that they're saying? And it is the problem that they actually can't. They can't explain this. Because the entire argument was, the game doesn't deserve. The game doesn't stuff. The game doesn't go without the PvP. But actually it does. You can do it without the PvP. I don't own Sparking Zero. I'm sorry, Pliskin. If you really want to throw hands, wait until Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week for gaming night. And join us during the section in which we are playing Eternal Return. And then we'll throw hands in Eternal Return. Sorry. But, this is a case example that the culture of Arc Raiders has changed to the cultural audience. Eternal Return. It is a game that is free on Twitch. Excuse me, free on Steam. It is a case example that it is a literal causality loop. Where every time somebody says that a game doesn't deserve to have what it deserves, they say, go play this, go play that. Oh, you don't like that a PvE game that has PvP elements allows me to shoot you? Why don't you go play Helldivers? Oh, you don't like the fact that you have to work together with people in a team? And you can't just ignore what your fellow player is doing next to you, what your fellow diver is bringing to the mission? You can't just be allowed to ignore everything and win the game automatically? Why don't you go play another piece of friend slop, of joy slop? And on 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 and on. Until the point where we're now at the fact that the PvP players that went to Marathon and tried to make money off of Marathon can't make money on Marathon because Marathon sucks. I guess you better go back to Call of Duty. I bet you gotta go back to your favorite fucking shooter game. Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, nigga. Boo-hoo. Because there's not really arguments. It's just people saying words. Incantating words that they know will piss people off and give them a certain level of investment and a certain level of opportunity. But they can use it as a way to continue to get that investment cycle, to get that content cycle out of those people that are invested and involved. Especially when it comes to the consumer base, because the consumer base doesn't know what the fuck it wants. They know what they've been trusted, they know what they've been given, but they don't know what they fucking want. All they want is the ability to have fun. But fun is relative. It also requires a reference point. Helldivers, up once upon a time, was a game that was considered fun. And then if a person was looking for PvP elements, why don't you go play like League of Legends? They're just words. They're just words that they say, unfortunately. But especially in the case of art creators, and the claim that the game was a different culture than it was, no, the fuck it was not. Anyone lying about that is clearly trying to sell you something.
Oh, I'm hot trash. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at me. I'm hating on the new game right when it released. I'm the coolest. Shut up! Stop it with every game! Literally, the game you're telling me to go play Arc Raiders, you literally did it to as well! On day one! Shut up! You literally did the same thing to Arc, and that's what you're telling me to go play!
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
I'll try to find a video clip, but if I fail, it's right there on screen. Game journalists even covered it because of course they did. They love nothing more than famous content creators, developers, or other game journalists telling gamers to shut the up. It's just too bad that this is another bold-faced lie and one that makes Peanut either a retard or a paid shill whose entertainment value in the future will be solely for his reactions while playing games rather than any actual opinions. Because this looks paid off as It's embarrassing, dude. This did not happen with Arc Raiders. Both Battlefield 6 and Arc Raiders did not have this negativity going for them at launch from promotional material nor even at release. They were actually games that had a lot of support going for them. Of course, they both had their own fair share of criticism. I mentioned it in the previous video already, how Arc Raiders had some people hating on the third-person view and how Battlefield 6 had people hating on the movement. But the overall word of mouth, trailer reactions, and release sentiment was positive. It made the game skyrocket. You didn't need to tell anyone to let them cook, because when games are good off the get-go, when they have potential, that just comes naturally as people enjoy what's there and, wait for fixes and updates.
Pause. The assumption here that's being made by that is that there is never a time in which a game could ever, quote, cook. And that's not true. When a game needs to cook is what you mean when you say the game needs a little bit more development time or it needs a balance patch on something. That's what that's supposed to really mean in context. Because if a game needs to cook, the implication is that it's not done cooking. As in it's raw. As in it's not safe for consumption. Really, what we mean to say is we gotta let them continue cooking. Like, this clearly is half-baked. It needs more development time. Because a lot of the concepts of half-baked ideas kind of went the way of the dodo. Because, well, HR culture. There is no such thing as bad advice, there's just people who are unwilling to see the vision. But it is in fact the case that there is such a thing as bad advice. In controlling for bad advice, you kind of have to also control for the retarded statements of people who think that there is no such thing as bad advice. And so you kind of end up in a confluence matrix, you see. You end up in the case example of, yes, it actually is the case that this does suck and it does need more development time. But what we have here, the bones of what we have here, is more than worthy of the effort and interest time that we've got going on in the development cycle. So just getting a little bit extra time, if this is what we got here, just imagine how much better it would be in the future. That's an argument that I'd be willing to accept. That's an argument that I'd be willing to give a little bit of lenience and credence to. Because, unfortunately, we live in a time period where most ideas and most opinions are inherited from people that just say things and then they go along with it like it's just vibes, bro. That you have people justifying some of the worst shit imaginable only because they are doing so from a standpoint of trying to get as many people on their side as necessary. And unfortunately, that is just wrong. That is a wrong thing to do. That is a bad. That is a cope. That is a cope seed. It has always been the case that has been a cope seed. It will never not be a cope seed. No, it is actually my job to say that this game is dog shit and needs more development time. It is the case matter that I should not let a person try to sell a product to me that I otherwise would buy if it was well refined, that they would rather deliver to me half-baked. It should not be the case that I'm willing to reward them, to give them time to, quote, cook, when I've already paid with my dollars. Especially if I've paid with my dollars. No, I shouldn't buy a pre-order pack and then, wait, this is what you got? Let them cook, Carl! Let them cook! No! No! I want to see the product, and I want to see a conception of what I'm supposed to be getting. Because if I went in for a sheet cake, and you try to sell me a sock with stuffing in it, it's not a cake! What is there to let you continue cooking? At that point, that'd be an insult to my intelligence and the intelligence of everybody else who's involved. And certainly they already do that. But, assuming that we only do something about that, maybe, kinda, sorta, it might be the case that it probably, maybe, is a half-baked idea that needs more development time, and that if we have to give it more development time, it means it needs to put itself back in the fucking kitchen. As in, get off the marketplace. As in, unlist yourself, delist from the marketplace, and come back when it's time to sell your product. Otherwise, you're just justifying the thing to be around, and I'd rather it not. Because I've seen what happens when they do it the other way around. I'd rather it not.
Nobody did this shit to Arc Raiders. He's just rewriting history to defend this ugly-ass game. In fact, Arc Raiders was doing so well that before launch, you couldn't even write Arc Raiders into chat on Call of Duty. And I saw earlier, I think another game besides Call of Duty would also block out the words Arc Raiders in their chat. I think it was Battlefield, I'm not sure. This was already the case before launch. Why would Activision block out words if the game was already getting roasted by gamers? Like, if the game was hated, if people were doing the same thing to Arc Raiders that they did to Highguard and to Marathon, then why the f did they even bother to censor the game's words on the chat? Forget about it. It's just a cheeky rhetorical question because the point is, it didn't happen, and the game had a lot of hype going behind it. It's just that shills and game journalists like to rewrite history to pretend as if gamers are this malicious conspiracy. We're going to destroy this video game now because we will it. It's retarded, bro. Can we please stop coping? All this fantasy just so they can feel better about themselves and sweep blame away from studios who are making mistake after mistake after mistake, making games that people don't want. Hey, here's an idea, by the way. How about we cut the production of live services in half? How about half the studios that are making live services just stop for a while and make some single-player games instead? Now, how about, you know, Battlefield 6 is a great game, don't get me wrong, I rather enjoy it. But how about DICE stops for a second, instead of immediately making Battlefield 7 or Battlefield 2058, whatever the fuck, instead of doing that, how about they just make a new Mirror's Edge game? How about that? How about Bungie? Why is Bungie doing that? Why didn't Bungie just make Marathon what Marathon actually is, which is a single-player space game, you know, with a story and everything, and then you want to put a little multiplayer on top to do it, like the old days. Like, I'm dying to get back to the old days. Why are we doing that? Why the f are we making so many live services? How about we cut those in half immediately off the bat? This is the most annoying thing ever because we know that they are difficult to sustain. We also know that there's a huge oversaturation problem where there's just way too many of them. But then these morons go and they make more and more and more of them. Then they fail and it's our fault. To that, I say f that. And to these content creators and journalists who push these narratives, I say fuck you. Where's your suggestion? Because all I hear is code.
They have the same suggestion. That's where their suggestion is. They don't know what to think because the members of the audience that make up the majority of their content creation cycle, they haven't yet offered their opinion about what they ought do. And they can't. Because if they move too quickly, well then, where's the act man gonna get his next script, you see?
Cope and shifting of the blame, but not a single point of suggestion that actually comes from somewhere that makes sense, like, hey, fellas, maybe it's not a good idea, fellas, to continue making garbage live service slop. Fellas, maybe, fellas, it'd be a really good idea if you inserted a little bit of variety and tried something else, fellas. Because single player isn't dead. People want to play single player games. Just look at what's going on right now with Resident Evil 9. So you could profit from that if you're not retarded. Like, of course, if you're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in making a single player game, you may just flop as well. But hey, just don't do that. You're in the games industry. You're a professional. You're a big company. You're not supposed to be retarded, okay? You're not supposed to. So do your job. Do your job. Manage yourself. Make a good game. If you make a good little single player game on the side, not only do you give your developers a little bit of a break where they can breathe for a second, but also you give the market a bit of a pause, a bit of hunger. You give players a bit of hunger, like, maybe I'm ready for a new live service to drop. Instead of it just being garbaggio after garbaggio, it's garbaggio on Monday, it's garbaggio on Tuesday. Hey, look at that, Wednesday's coming. What's on the menu? More garbaggio, thanks a lot. Fucking crashing out over here. Even Marathon went ahead and joined the party on blocking the words Arc Raiders from the game's chat. This happened, it's already getting revision too, with Shills gassing up Bungie for doing this right here, where they saw the allegations and dropped a screenshot showing them writing Arc Raiders in the chat and it working. Quote, the fact that Marathon team is out here crushing misinformation brings joy to my heart. Stop grifting for likes, loser. I added the loser.
Oh, I love the grift argument. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I love the grifting argument. The grifting argument is so cool. It completely addresses nothing and allows you to pretend that you actually addressed everything. Damn, she really cooked us, bro. She really cooked us. Please, why do people choose to speak? Why do people choose to speak and do the things that they're doing? Why? Why? Why do that to me? Why do that to yourselves? What a nothing burger.
There at the end because I thought it was, I thought it was in line with the tone of the post. Isn't it weird how this is a dynamic with people, by the way? Like, it doesn't even matter if the game is good. They're just overjoyed to see the development team crushing misinformation. It's just more culture war-like cringe where people will either support or dunk on a game based off of whether or not it goes against the chud grifters, and I'm so tired of this as well, dude. Like, Marathon isn't a culture war thing. It's just a boring game. It's just Highguard again, except uglier. But anyway, it wasn't even misinformation. This shit happened. There's footage of it from streamers happening live. And it wasn't just any random streamer. Like, sure, I would be suspicious if it was just a random streamer popping up and posting it, like maybe someone was just editing it to fabricate it. But it was on Ninja's stream. Say what you will about the guy, but he doesn't have the time for that kind of shit these days. The blue hair ninja days are over. He's a goddamn adult now.
And now,
there's no way you can do
that. True!
It's like what? I hate arc raiders.
Watch this, watch this, watch this. It did block out arc, now it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh. Anti-love. You can't say that you love arc raiders.
No way.
I love arc
raiders.
I hate
arc raiders.
Yo, dude. Insane, bro.
I love arc raiders. I love Overwatch.
That's the pettiness that. No way.
Marvel Rivals. I love Counter-Strike. I love arc raiders. Wow, there it is.
So it just sounds like they patched it out or changed the terms in which it blocks the names, like expressing whether you love the game or hate the game, but now there's reports that you can do that now too, so maybe they changed it again. Like, I don't know, fellas. All I know is it happened. And never mind why Bungie did this, it's obvious why they did. Arc Raiders is their main competitor as another extraction shooter. It's just so...
Realistically, this is a retarded thing to do, because by demonstrating this, what you're actually saying is that not only are you scared of this people as your audience and as your opponents, but you're also demonstrating a desire for why people should continue to do it to you, when you're demonstrating an inability to actually address the concerns they have, and to also address their ability to take your fucking demographic. You look like a coward that cannot challenge people on equivalent edges. So, why would I play your video game if you're scared of people in the audience that is also going to possibly drain you and your bank accounts? Whatever happens next is your own fault. It is literally a self-fulfilling prophecy, bro. Weird. Weird. That's weird.
So stupid, like the concept is laughable. You're not going to get people to not know your competitor's name or suggest each other to go play it with this. In fact, this only makes your game look pathetic. But anyway, yeah, this shit happened. Even other game journal websites covered it, like PC Gamer. Now we got clowns calling this misinformation as if it didn't. And we got Peanuts over here, coping about the state of the game, and people talking shit about it. And it's just lame. It's so lame. Like, if you like the game, he stated that he likes the game, that's fine. He couldn't just say it, though. He couldn't just say, guys, I like the game. No, he had to be lame about it, too, and say, yeah, actually, I do enjoy the game. It's quite an enjoyable game when you don't have a bitch in your ear telling you it sucks. Which is funny because we covered a similar comment from a gaming news outlet that said the same exact thing about Highguard. If you likes the game, there's no reason to be such a cuck about it. There's no reason to rewrite a history over what happened with Arc Raiders. There's no reason to tell people to shut up even if they don't like it. Like, what even is this? It's actually funny that this happened where he changed his chat to be sub-only. So only the people who are sub to him could speak. He did this so that, there'd be less comments coming in like, oh, the game sucks. And then this happened.
True! It's hard to stay positive.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm telling you.
People are just fucking miserable.
Guys, we can just be positive, guys. All he's in. You don't like the game, you don't have to watch. Fine.
No, what people do, instead of them just closing out the stream and going somewhere else, they have to let you know that they...
I know, it's kind of weird. I'm going to play Ark very soon. I love Ark.
No, it's not. It's debate pedophile shit, my friend. This is the internet you're on. Huh? You're telling me on my internet, on my American internet, that I can't have an opinion? You're telling me that I can't have an opinion on this at the time in which I'm saying it? And certainly... boy, is this an argument that people have learned the hard way to understand. But you're telling me I can't have my opinion? You can't tell me I can have this delicious, succulent meal? My delicious, succulent meal of outrage? I can already predict what's going to happen. Because he put his chat in sub-only, and he's talking shit about it on camera with someone else. Someone subbed to him, and then explicitly told him, I don't like what you're saying, and I subbed to you specifically so I could shit on this game that you're trying to shill because you're trying to hide the chat. That's what's gonna happen. Hard luck. I bet $20 on it. I bet $20 on it.
Who's not playing it right now? I don't know why you have to tell me all about it. That's a good idea. You know what? Well, that's a genius idea. I'll send it to sub only.
Might have to free kit it.
Well, hold on. I didn't even think about that. Thanks, boys. Thanks, boys. Good thinking. Good thinking. I subbed just to tell you how much I hate this game and it sucks to watch me. That's gonna be it.
Nicodamus! 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 Oh, you can set a watch to it. You can set a watch to it.
That was the first time.
But hey, look! Instead of being upset and getting mad and trying to get the chat off the screen, or not have the person talking, look! He's laughing at it! To support the thing I said earlier, he's laughing about how funny it was! I don't know, bro! I think he likes the fact that he's getting raped on camera. I think he likes the fact that he's getting raped here. I don't know, man. Something in my heart of hearts is telling me this when we said he was gonna die by Amazon press, that suddenly a big grin appeared on his face, and suddenly he's really happy, and he wants to know what position he'd like to what position would they like to kill him in first. There's a big bulge in his pants when he said it too. I don't know, bro.
Like, bro, just let it happen. Like, come on, man. This is how we are. You know this is how we are. I know this is how you are, too. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know what line of copium this is. But you know that this is how gamers operate. People don't like something, they rag on it. Let it happen. If the game is good, it'll speak for itself. What is this about? Shut up even if you don't like the game. What is this? That line alone would get him an invitation to go work at Kotaku. Anyway, that does it for this episode of covering the Marathon Cope. I didn't think it was going to be this bad, but I think we're in for another very entertaining season of people rejecting more live service slop that they have been begging companies to stop making, and then content creators and journalists coping and seething about it and making up telenovelas in their heads that gaming didn't used to be this way. Apparently,
It is just as simple that we're going to see another wave of cope. Probably metastasized sooner. That justifies the viewpoints of people like myself. That will then be discussed on camera. So we can then, again, another person tell me, nah, single player Carl, you're cooked. You're cooked in the brain. You don't know what you're talking about. Actually, we've never liked these things. We've never cared for these things. It is just the case that you're coping and you're lying when you're coping. And that's just the case that you're like this because reasons, you know? You're also not a parent. You also don't deserve to be a parent. It's shit like this. Ooh, this is new. Maximum damage. 23 to maximum damage. Ooh. That's nice. Ooh, yes, that's nice.
gamers just ate the slop, or, they just quietly set aside the games they didn't like broccoli on the side of the plate. Never mind the massive failures that people have always spoken up about, and of course, never mind the fact that back then, social media was not even half of what it is now. Never mind of how much worse the gaming scene has gotten, that there's more cases of really bad games coming out now than ever before. Especially at this massive scale. Like, remember, back then, you used to have stinkers, big stinkers, but they used to mostly be from smaller studios. Big studios making big stinkers is something that has increased over time. Again, sometimes some people show up, especially in dramas like these, related to either game criticism or console fanboyism, such as what happened last year with Nintendo, that just make me wonder, how is it that some of these people ever got to be as big as they are to get sponsorships and partnerships? The sponsorships and partnerships explain themselves very easily. Companies like influencers to shield their products from it. That's normal. That's, water's wet. What I can't explain is how do so many people listen and subscribe to them. But anyway, that's it for this video.
Well, there's an argument there. They like and subscribe to them because they tell them what they want to hear. They filter their opinion back towards that person. They don't have things of value to actually say that have any serious wealth or depth. They repeat the talking points they want to hear, and the talking points that they want to hear support the position that they already support. It is the case that they are lazy as fuck. And in being lazy as fuck, they do little to no effort and little to no work, and demonstrate reasons why people like myself would not listen, would not watch. To the point of exhaustion, even. It is the case that in many cases we would be exhausted by it. And, you know, opportunities would dry up, things would go the way of the dodo, and people would be like, hey, remember that guy that fell off? Yeah, I do. I don't even know why they're even around anymore. Do they even make content? And it's the case that they like them because they tell them what they want to hear. That is it. They like them because they tell them what they want to hear, because they have confirmation bias, because these people want to hear opinions from people who are like them. That is what it is. Does that suck? Is that really shitty? I would agree that it is. I would say that it is very much so on concerns that should be very much at the core of whether or not a person can have an opinion, and that opinion can be right and justified and or well-structured and acceptable. But at least in my viewpoint, it is the case that we live in that time period where bitchless men and bitchless women would seek that kind of investment strategy, that kind of conversational connection, because it is the case that they want to go back and forth with people who agree with them, you know? And it's entirely fine to have a place where people may agree lockstep with your opinion. It's not a bad thing. It's probably one of the best things you could have. Because imagine how much value you get out of talking to people who have opinions close to your own. Especially if it's sourcing with what they also too want to source as a part of their generality of opinion. But then consider the alternative of what you're allowing while you're doing that. Really, there's a cost here. And a lot of that cost is filtered on trust. Trust and opportunity. More or less. And it happens to be the case with some of these people that, they just listen to them just because there's nothing else to do. I've had plenty of people tell me this to my face, and I've learned to get over it. But sometimes they put them on and they listen to them because it's just noise, bro. They're just filling the space with noise to hear, and there's no deeper interest, there's no deeper reason. Tide goes in, tide goes out. Is that dumb? Is that stupid? Is that unadvisable? It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Now you can get upset with it, you can be mad about it, you can dread it, you can run from it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Ouch! That hurts. Hold on, Carl. Aren't people sick and tired of the Concord Marathon tap? Aren't people wanting more single-player game stuff? And if it's the case that the market is speaking, the market is saying that we don't want it, well, at the very least, we can make it like this and not make it like Concord. They remain to do the confirmation bias so they don't feel lonely in their own fucking heads. True. It is the case, actually. People want to give lots of different things an opportunity chance, mostly. And it is the case that this is where having a tolerance level for certain levels of slop is actually important. Because really what you're saying is player testing. Hell, Enzoy, the newest clone to replace The Sims, is a game that requires a certain level of tolerance. Because since it's not something that people would be very familiar with, it is the case that new people playing the video game would have to contend and compete with a lot of different things that are at the core of what would probably be a part of that gameplay loop. The same way they would with things like Schedule 1, the drug game, that everybody was playing all the rage before they left it behind, for the newest hotness on the street. In all the ways that matter, ow, my toe, and some of the ways that don't, you have the same conflicts still happening here as well. You have people who are willing to give things the time of day, and people who are only willing to give it the time of day if it will invest for them. They don't really know what they want, but they know what they're willing to tolerate. Some have a higher pain tolerance than others, some have a lower pain tolerance than others. In choosing to make that pain tolerance, you've got an entire network full of people that are basically going to be the reason why a game will succeed and fail. Just because of that connection that I'm describing here. But it is also the case that you can have a lot of people that otherwise would be making a lot of cope. And I mean a lot of cope. They'll be at the core of a lot of different reasons why those games end up going bust. Up to and including the wrong kinds of people doing the review. Ow. I got slain. I got slain. I got killed in the arcane sanctuary and it sucked. And he took a lot of my money. He took so much of my money.
Yes.
But yeah, confirmation bias is one reason. Justification for allowing the marketplace to exist so they can continue pushing more of the content on us that we don't already want is another part of it.
Hello.
But at the end of the day, it all really just comes down to what we are and are not willing to take. Certainly, a lot more of those arguments exist where a person's willing to tolerate certain levels of crap, only because that level of tolerance for the crap is based off of who they are at their core, rather than who they would not be at their core. There are some creators that their opinions are very much built off of their own views, and you go to them for those views. It is the case that some people are doing it because they are the newest hotness on the street, and they're trying to keep that energy up as much as possible. However you choose to come to the conclusion, it is the case that you're going to have a lot of people basically making an argument for the argument of their own obsolescence. And in the argument of that obsolescence, they're going to be making a lot of cases and a lot of asks. And certainly some of those asks are going to be less rational and reasonable than others. Ow.
Does such madness await me as well?
Well, that being the case, moving on to the next thing that I had for you all, because we're not done here, even though we are now past 5 o'clock. I ended up starting late today, so I have plenty of things for you all. There was an article about Marathon that was written on Eurogamer. And we're gonna go through it! Written by somebody by the name of Connor McCarr, staff writer, looks like a dude bro edgebeard. Marathon is good, actually. The Arc Raiders rivaling attraction shooter proves Bungie has still got what made Halo and Destiny great. Marathon Service Land was a strange experience for me. I went in with all the expectations swept aside, a clean operating table on which I could dig through the guts and bones of Bungie's up-and-coming attraction shooter, sterilized from preconceived skepticism and optimism alike. After around 20 hours of the game over the weekend, I can tear off my glove and say with confidence that Marathon is riddled with premium, top-shelf Bungie gunplay. What does that mean? Top-shelf Bungie gunplay. I can't for the life of me imagine what that actually means. But I imagine it doesn't mean the thing that I think it means. Top-shelf Bungie gameplay. 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 Nope, I am not seeing it. Whatever it is I'm supposed to be seeing, I'm not seeing it. What is the top-shelf Bungie gameplay? Where am I supposed to find it? If I pay for it with my dollars, is it going to be surmounted that way?
Larger forces are moving.
I imagine not. Guess we're just gonna have to take that one on the chin and just move forward.
Greetings.
It must be said that my first few hours with Marathon were shaky at best. I was enraptured by the maps, the bulged, contrasting colors. That's one way to describe it. Lathered all over Marathon's desolate structures and lonely wildernesses. My wanderlust came to a sudden halt every time I had to navigate the inventory. I felt 80 years old at times, leaning into my monitor to identify which pouch of new caloric injectable slime did what, trying to spot visual differences between gun modifications and clumsily struggling to equip them to my alternative gun. That right there should tell you that there's something wrong there. I'm being given a DM. Where's this coming from? Okay, I know who's DMing me. Moving on. Got good in Destiny when it was mid or Destiny when it was depressing? Ah, I see. He's talking about Destiny, he likes modern Destiny. Okay. That's fucking crazy, man. Man, that's so fucking crazy. Anyways. Marathon service line, blah 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 blah. Yeah, so this second paragraph here is a demonstration of exactly the point that I am making on the content. You know that there's something wrong with the game, because if you let the game divine itself to you, it obviously tells you what is actually important about the material and the content. You don't need to have someone tell you for you. You engage in the material, and you can feel how clumsy it is. But alas, you powered through it. From the third paragraph. But I powered through it, as it seems many people did. After a while, you learn to parse the minute differences between items. They improve at speed at which you can shift around your inventory, and you start to feel it. Marathon clicks with you in an instant, and for each of us, the instance will be different. For me, it was coming after the blows with Assassin in the hauler. His invisibility ability reflected right as he sprinted towards me through the central hall of the city with his inky lavender glow. Applying a soul rifle spray illuminated his shell, allowing me to swat him down just in time, culminating in a knife to the chest to tie a bow on the moment. Here I realized what Marathon was, a celebration of sci-fi ultraviolence. Bungie's history of making fantastic FPS weapons and fantastic FPS games refined and saturated. 30 years of experience boiled down to a few riveting seconds. Fighting a Marathon is fast and fierce. Annoy the naysayers, the time to kill is perfect. Shield breaks in a fraction of a second with his ear-piercing crumble, and getting the jump on somebody is a surefire way to snap them out of a game before they can turn their mic on to yell expletives at you. One-on-one fights where these nail-biting encounters that can be found at the rawest form, resulting in Marathon's solo queue experience being arguably as attractive as playing with full squads. The slower-paced solidarity experience is broken by sharp incisions of action. So, what you're actually saying is, there are long stretches of time in which there's nothing, 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 and then you get the permission to play the video game, finally. That's what you're actually saying to me. You're saying the game is stale up to a point, and then you get the permission to have a video game. That is not insightful. That is not insightful. That is not motivating. That does not spark joy. That tells me something inherently different than what you're trying to communicate. And somewhat to your own detriment. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud. I must give credit to the characters themselves, shells that provide their own combat, navigation, and disruptive abilities that flavor an already rich FPS. Movement is fluid and energetic, and very rarely are you stationary to fight with another player. Even the slower options like Destroyer have air thrusters and a tactical sprint, allowing this aggressive shell to quickly push an advantage and chase down hurt players in a pinch. You know what it feels like? It feels a lot like Age of Legends, bizarrely, when playing in a squad of 3 players using their abilities to look for cracks in the other squad's armor. You might not have zip lines and jump towers, but your capabilities as a player to navigate your surroundings have echoes of Respawn's own sci-fi experiment. If there's a secret ingredient in Marathon, it is weapons themselves, a sentence I'm sure will activate Bungie old heads like they're walking to a childhood home. Marathon's arsenal is littered with individual audio-visual masterclasses, dipping back into old faithful archetypes, spruced up with Marathon's blunt force grab bag aesthetic. Take the V11 Punch, a common Volt-type weapon. It shoots a low-powered energy blast if you tap the trigger, but hold it down a few seconds and it jettisons a larger supercharged projectile that eats up ammo but will tear through an enemy shield. Sound familiar? It's the Halo Energy Pistol. It might not look the same, but it's got that same cathartic kickback on the charge blast. The projectile itself even travels through the air in the same manner. When I first tried it out for myself, you should have heard the yelp I made. You'll find the Marathon takes nostalgic strides quite often with its weapons. The long shot, the WSTR, combat shotgun, they all harken back to some of Bungie's best, most idiosyncratic work. That doesn't mean anything. You're just saying, hey bro, this reminds me of a gun I played in another video game. There are little sprinkles of rubbish detail added to the mix that just enhance the whole experience too. The flash of a digital skull when you kill a downed player is combined with a samurai sound and act like invocating your computer being suddenly and unceremoniously turned off, which is, hey, what you've done to these simulacrums in a very dystopian sense. The hit marker gives off this pleasing twing when you hit a headshot. It adds to the overall experience. I booted up the server slam at 8 p.m. on a Sunday night, and lo and behold, it was 1 a.m. If our grid was convinced you that extraction shooters were for good vibes and collaboration, well, I can't see that happening here. At least not in my games, and not because Marathon doesn't have the tools to allow for such wholesome moments, but because shooting other players is too damn fun. You can't place a Bungie shotgun in someone's hand and expect them not to use it. When the game launches in a few days, I urge you to stick with it. You urge me to stick with it. Not let the game, romance the tale and titillate the booty hole. You want me to stick with it. Something that can convince me to play it doesn't make me stick with it. Now, there's an argument where when a game first comes out, and the game is going to be coming out for Raw, so it's going to be the same thing that I chose to give to Helldivers, I don't have to stick with it. I just let the game tell me what it is. That's it. You don't need to do all this extra bullshit. Let the game tell you what it is. It will divine itself over time. And if it doesn't, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. The game is bad. It is bad. It is bad, dude. It is bad. It is trash. It is bad. Moving from that, as I need to pee now, and I think on that note is where I will leave you, because I need to go serve dinner, and I would prefer to cover 2XKO tomorrow. Marathon is trash. And as a treat, let's look at the review of Highguard and where it's currently at in the Steam database. Oh, would you look at that shit? No, this is the back end of the VOD. Look at that number. It was at a 4-figure number last week, chat. Now they're on a low 3-figure number. That is quite literally almost 99% of its player base gone for Highguard. Well, let's see if this happens to be the case with Marathon. Let's see if they can keep the Concordia continuing. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Even though it doesn't deserve it. 07. Boy, does that hurt to watch. Boy, does that hurt to watch. Alright now. I will see you all tomorrow. Preferably not the same Carl time, because I should be on earlier in the morning, but it definitely will be on the same Carl channel. I have an appointment that I need to go to. So when I get back from my appointment is when I should be live. It might be the case that I might actually have to be on early in the morning, but around about 12, I will have to be offline. So you might get a little bit of content there, and then when I come back, more content when I return. But, god damn it. Oh, fuck. I knew Marathon was going to be dog shit, but, you know, it is what it is. But damn, Highguard continues to be embarrassing. Alexa, do in fact play the Titanic theme song. Alright, goodbye. My bladder's about to burst. Goodbye. Goodbye.